dim light of his study cast long shadows across the cluttered room, where stacks of ancient tomes, yellowed maps, and scattered notes lay in chaotic disarray. Dr. Jonathan Crane sat hunched over a fragile manuscript, its brittle pages whispering secrets from a forgotten age. The leather-bound volume, unearthed from the depths of a dusty antiquities shop in Cairo, held the tantalizing clue he had long sought, a cryptic account of a lost oasis hidden deep within an uncharted desert, a place said to vanish with the setting sun and grant immortality to those who reached its waters before twilight. Jonathan's sharp eyes traced the faded script, his mind racing to decipher the meaning behind the intricate symbols and poetic descriptions. The manuscript spoke of endless dunes that shifted like waves, mirages that deceived the unwary, and ancient temples guarding the oasis's secrets. A chill ran down his spine as he read the final passage, a warning etched in a language half forgotten. To seek eternal life beneath the desert moon is to dance with shadows that never fade. His breath caught. The legend had been dismissed by scholars for centuries, dismissed as myth or madness. Yet here, in his hands, was something tangible, a thread connecting past explorers, lost civilizations, and perhaps the key to redemption. A sudden buzz interrupted his thoughts. The phone on the desk vibrated insistently. Jonathan answered, his voice controlled but weary. "Jonathan, I heard about your find," came the cautious tone of Dr. Marcus Finch, his longtime colleague and a skeptic of all things mystical. "You're chasing shadows again, aren't you?" Jonathan's jaw tightened. "This isn't a shadow, Marcus. This is real. I can feel it. The manuscript is authentic, and if what it says is true, then you're courting danger," Marcus interrupted. "You know what happened last time. You lost more than just time." Jonathan's eyes flickered with pain. The memory of that failed expedition haunted him relentlessly. The suffocating sandstorms, the death of his closest friend, the bitter taste of failure etched into his soul. But this was different. This was his chance to right the wrongs of the past, to uncover a secret that could rewrite history. "I'm not turning back, Marcus. Not this time." The line went dead. Jonathan stared at the receiver, the weight of his decision settling like a stone in his chest. Later that day, he found himself wandering the narrow aisles of a dusty antiquities bookstore, the scent of aged paper and leather filling the air. The owner, an elderly man with wary eyes, watched as Jonathan examined rare maps and desert charts. "These maps," Jonathan said, tracing a finger over the faded lines, "they could guide us closer to the oasis. I need every scrap of information." The owner hesitated, then nodded slowly. "The desert keeps its secrets well. Many have lost their way chasing legends." Jonathan smiled grimly. "So have I, but this time I intend to succeed." Night draped the city in a blanket of stars as Jonathan returned to his apartment. Standing by the window, he gazed out over the twinkling lights, the manuscript resting on his desk like a silent promise. Memories of lost comrades and past mistakes flickered through his mind, but beneath the weight of regret burned an unyielding flame of hope. Tomorrow, the chase would begin. He turned away from the window, the desert moon rising faintly in the sky, casting a pale glow that seemed to beckon him toward the unknown. Somewhere beneath its light lay the oasis waiting, elusive, eternal, and Jonathan Crane was determined to find it. Dr. Jonathan Crane sat hunched over the ancient manuscript that had ignited the spark of a new obsession. The dim light from a single lamp cast long shadows across a cluttered desk scattered with maps, notes, and archaeological journals. His fingers traced the faded script, each word fueling the relentless drive that had come to define him. Outside, The desert sun blazed unforgivingly, but inside this small study, the heat of ambition burned even hotter. The manuscript was unlike anything Jonathan had encountered before, cryptic text speaking of a lost oasis hidden deep within a remote desert, a place whispered to hold the secret of immortality. Skepticism had always been his companion, but so too was an unyielding desire to redeem himself from past failures. Tonight, those two forces clashed fiercely as he resolved to pursue the legend no matter the cost. His first step was assembling the right team. The desert was merciless, and no single man could survive its trials alone. He needed expertise, endurance, and local knowledge. His thoughts turned to Leela Hassan, a desert survival expert whose reputation for navigating the shifting dunes was unmatched. The next morning, the bustling marketplace hummed with life beneath the scorching sun. Jonathan walked beside Leela, whose sharp eyes scanned the stalls filled with an array of desert gear leather boots, waterskins, compass instruments, and the faint scent of spices mingled with dust. Her athletic frame moved with ease, a stark contrast to the wary look etched on Jonathan's face. "We'll need the best water filtration systems," Leela advised, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "Without clean water, the desert will swallow us whole before we see the oasis." Jonathan nodded, absorbing her practical wisdom. "And food supplies, enough to last us weeks." "Packed and ready," she assured him, her intense eyes meeting his. "But it's not just about what we carry out here. It's how we read the desert, its moods, its illusions." Their partnership was born from respect and necessity, but Jonathan knew there was one more piece to the puzzle. Dr. Marcus Finch, a historian and expert in ancient languages, was skeptical of the manuscript's claims, but invaluable in deciphering its riddles. Jonathan found Marcus in a cramped study lined with dusty volumes. The older man adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the manuscript with a mixture of curiosity and doubt. "Jonathan," Marcus began cautiously, "these legends of immortality are the bread and butter of many a myth. You must temper your zeal with reason." Jonathan held his gaze firm. "I understand your skepticism, Marcus, but what if this is more than myth? What if there's truth buried beneath the sand?" "Truth or not," Marcus replied, "we must prepare for what lies ahead with clear eyes." The tension between them was palpable, the air thick with intellectual challenge and unspoken fears. Yet, beneath it all lay a shared commitment to discovery. Over the next days, Jonathan, Leela, and Marcus worked tirelessly, gathering supplies, planning routes, and debating strategies. Their conversations ranged from practical logistics to philosophical questions about the nature of myth and reality. The team was a microcosm of the larger journey, fraught with conflict but bound by a common goal. As the sun dipped toward the horizon on the eve of departure, the three stood around a table strewn with maps and gear. The desert wind whispered through the open window, carrying with it the promise of danger and discovery. Jonathan's voice broke the charged silence. "Tomorrow we cross the threshold. The desert will test us all, but together we stand a chance." Leela's eyes glinted with determination. "I'll lead us through the dunes, but we must trust one another." Marcus nodded slowly. "And keep our minds sharp. The desert plays tricks, but knowledge will be our shield." As the last light faded, Jonathan felt the weight of expectations settle upon him. The path ahead was uncertain, the risks immense. Yet, beneath the surface of doubt, a fierce hope burned bright. This was more than an expedition, it was a chance to rewrite history and redeem a haunted soul. With the team assembled, the desert awaited, its endless dunes promising trials that would push each of them to their limits. The chase had begun, and beneath the unforgiving sun, the lost oasis beckoned like a mirage shimmering on the horizon. But shadows lurked beyond the dunes, and not all who sought the oasis did so with pure intent. Jonathan's resolve would soon be tested in ways he could never have imagined. Tonight, preparation gave way to anticipation. Tomorrow, the desert would decide their fate. The quiet room echoed with the unspoken question: could belief and skepticism coexist long enough to lead them to the truth? The journey was just beginning. The morning sun was relentless, casting a harsh glow over the barren landscape as the convoy rumbled away from the dusty outpost. Dr. Jonathan Crane sat behind the wheel of the lead vehicle, his weathered face taut with concentration. The desert stretched before them like an endless sea of golden waves, shifting and rippling beneath the heat haze in a mesmerizing dance. Every mile they traveled seemed to swallow them deeper into an unforgiving world where survival depended on both skill and sheer will. Beside him, Leela Hassan scanned the horizon with sharp, intense eyes. Her experience was their compass in this vast wilderness, and she carried the desert's secrets in her steady voice and confident gestures. "The dunes are alive," she said quietly, tracing a path with her finger. "They move with the wind, hiding dangers and hiding truths. The oasis? It's more than just water and shade. It's a place where the desert breathes life and death in equal measure." Jonathan nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle over the team like a protective cloak. The manuscript he had uncovered was just the beginning now. The desert itself was telling its story, one whispered on the dry wind. Behind them, Dr. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed in skepticism. "I still find it hard to believe in a place that vanishes at sunset," he muttered, scanning the horizon as if expecting the oasis to materialize just beyond the next dune. Legends can be dangerous. They blur the line between fact and fantasy. Jonathan's jaw tightened. "Sometimes," he replied, "it's the fantasy that drives us to discover the truth." The vehicles kicked up clouds of sand that trailed behind them like ghostly veils. Alina Cruz, seated in the rear, checked supplies and ensured every member of the team was hydrated and prepared for the journey ahead. Her calm presence was a balm against the desert's harsher moods. By midday, the sun's heat was oppressive, pressing down on the group with an almost tangible weight. The landscape was stunning in its stark beauty, endless dunes undulating against a cobalt sky, ancient rock formations casting long shadows in the distance. Yet beneath the surface of this breathtaking expanse lurked hidden perils. Loose sand threatening to swallow their vehicles, sudden gusts of wind that could blind and disorient, and the ever-present specter of dehydration and exhaustion. That evening, the team made camp on a small plateau overlooking a valley carved by time and wind. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and pink, Lila gathered the team around a modest fire. Her voice softened, weaving tales of the desert's mysteries and the oasis's enduring legend. Long ago, she began, the oasis was a sanctuary for travelers and tribes, a gift from the gods, or so the stories say. It appears only to those worthy, those who understand the desert's true nature. It's not just water that it offers, but a chance to touch eternity. Her words hung in the cool night air, wrapping the group in a shared reverence. Jonathan caught the flicker of hope in his teammates' eyes, a fragile flame that flickered against the vast darkness of the unknown. Marcus, ever the skeptic, cleared his throat. "Or it's a trick of light and sand," he said cautiously. "A mirage crafted by nature's whim. We must keep our feet and our minds firmly on the ground." Jonathan met his gaze steadily. "Doubt is necessary, Marcus, but so is belief. Without it, we're lost before we even begin. The desert night deepened around them, stars sparkling like scattered diamonds above the endless dunes. The wind whispered through the camp, carrying with it the scent of sand and ancient secrets. As they settled in for the night, the desert seemed to hold its breath. The journey had only just begun, but already it was clear that the dunes were more than a backdrop. They were a living, breathing force that would challenge every step of the way. Jonathan lay awake, staring at the vast canopy of stars, his mind racing through the path ahead. The lost oasis was no longer just a legend. It was a destination etched into his very soul. The desert had claimed many before him, but he was determined to be the one who uncovered its truth. With dawn just hours away, he whispered to the night, "We're coming." The desert answered only with silence, vast, eternal, and waiting. The desert was a living mirage, a vast expanse of shimmering heat and shifting sands that toyed mercilessly with the senses. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood atop a towering dune, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun's glare warped the landscape into an illusionist's playground. Sweat trickled down his weathered face, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the wavering heat waves despite the exhaustion clawing at his limbs. As the desert wind whispered through the dunes, Jonathan's mind betrayed him. There, just beyond the next ridge, he saw the unmistakable figure of his lost friend Mark, Evans, standing as if waiting. The apparition flickered like a fragile flame, a cruel echo of a past that refused to fade. Jonathan's heart clenched, the familiar ache of guilt and loss washing over him anew. "Jonathan," a voice called softly. It was Leela Hassan, her silhouette steady against the glaring sun. "We need to move. The sands won't wait for ghosts." He blinked, shaking off the haunting vision. "I saw him," Jonathan murmured, voice thick. "Mark." Lila's eyes softened but held firm. "Mirages, Jonathan. The desert plays tricks. Focus." The team pressed forward, their footsteps swallowed by the endless dunes. Each step was a battle against the desert's oppressive heat and deceptive horizons. Jonathan's mind wavered, shadows of the past entwining with the present. Memories of the failed expedition haunted every grain of sand the sudden storm. The lost comrades, the unforgiving terrain that had claimed so much. Meanwhile, miles away in a hidden encampment shaded by sparse palms, Malik al-Sayed sat with a cold smile twisting his scarred features. His dark eyes gleamed with ruthless calculation. Beside him, Rashid, the desert's local informant, spoke in hushed tones, detailing Jonathan's progress. "He's still chasing shadows," Malik sneered, fingers drumming impatient rhythms on the wooden table. "But he won't escape me this time." Rashid nodded, his weathered face unreadable. "The desert is unforgiving. He's walking into a trap of his own making." Back with the expedition, Lila took the lead, her steps sure as she guided the weary group through a bewildering maze of dunes that shifted with every gust of wind. The heat waves danced, distorting the landscape into a labyrinth of impossible angles and false trails. "Don't trust what your eyes tell you," Lila warned, her voice steady despite the strain. "Follow the sun and the stars, not the mirages." Jonathan struggled to steady his breath, the desert's illusions gnawing at his resolve. At times, the sands whispered secrets, and shadows of the past seemed to flicker just beyond reach. The weight of his guilt, the memory of Mark's death, threatened to unravel him. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Jonathan paused. The desert around him blurred and shifted until he was no longer in the present, but trapped in a vivid replay of that tragic day. The sandstorm that had swallowed his team roared anew, the the screams and chaos echoing in his mind. "You couldn't save them," a voice hissed in the wind. "You failed." His fists clenched, eyes burning with tears he refused to shed. "No," he whispered fiercely, "I won't fail again." Leela approached quietly, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "The past is a desert storm, Jonathan. You can't outrun it, but you can choose to walk beyond it." He nodded, swallowing the pain. The desert was more than an adversary. It was a mirror reflecting his deepest fears and hopes. And somewhere beneath those endless dunes, the lost oasis awaited, beacon of redemption or ruin. That night, under a canopy of stars, Jonathan's resolve hardened. The mirages would come, the memories would haunt, but he was determined to press forward. For Mark, for the team, and for the chance to rewrite the fate that had long shadowed his soul. Meanwhile, Moloch's camp stirred with restless energy. The mercenaries prepared for their advance, shadows moving like predators beneath the moonlight. The chase was no longer a whisper. It was a relentless pursuit set against the unforgiving desert. As dawn broke, Jonathan glanced once more at the horizon, the shimmering heat waves promising both peril and promise. The desert was watching, waiting, and so was Malik. The race beneath the desert sun had truly begun. The desert sun hung low in the sky, casting long, wavering shadows over the endless dunes as the expedition pushed forward. Dr. Jonathan Crane scanned the horizon with a practiced eye, noting subtle changes in the wind and the shifting patterns of sand. The team had been making steady progress, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery and the faint shimmer of the lost oasis somewhere beyond the horizon. Yet the desert was a fickle adversary, and the calm was a fragile illusion. Laila Hassan, ever vigilant, was the first to notice the subtle shift in the air. "The wind's changing," she called out, her voice taut with caution. "We need to prepare." Jonathan nodded, signaling the team to tighten their formation. Dr. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, squinting against the growing gusts that began to stir the desert sands. Alina Cruz checked the medical supplies with practiced efficiency, ready for whatever the desert might throw at them. Within moments, the wind surged with violent force, whipping the sand into a blinding frenzy. The once clear sky darkened as the swirling particles danced like phantoms, turning day into a stormy twilight. The roar of the gale was deafening, drowning out shouts and the creak of supplies. Jonathan's heart pounded as he shouted orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Form a circle. Protect the injured. Stay close." The team scrambled, instinctively moving to shield one another. Leela's hands were steady as she secured ropes and covered faces, while Alina crouched beside a young team member who had stumbled, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. "Hold still," Alina murmured, applying a bandage with calm precision despite the howling storm. Marcus struggled against the wind, his skepticism momentarily forgotten as survival became paramount. "This is more than a simple sandstorm," he shouted, eyes wide as he scanned the swirling horizon. Jonathan's gaze hardened. "It's nature's test. We endure." As the tempest raged, the team's cohesion was stretched thin. Arguments flared in the brief lulls. Marcus questioning the wisdom of continuing the quest, Leela urging caution, and Jonathan insisting on pushing forward. The stress carved lines of exhaustion and doubt on their faces. Through the veil of sand, a shadow moved, a flicker of dark figures, advancing with deliberate purpose. Malik al-Sayed's mercenaries emerged like specters, their approach masked by the storm's fury but unmistakably close. Their ruthless leader, scarred and unyielding, watched from a distance, calculating. Jonathan's fists clenched. "They're close," he growled. We can't afford to falter now. The team tightened their circle once more, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The storm, relentless and unforgiving, became a battleground where endurance and will clashed against the elements and human greed. Jonathan's mind raced, weighing strategies, knowing that every decision could mean life or death. As the sandstorm began to wane, the desert revealed its scars-trampled footprints, torn equipment, and the wounded struggling to rise. But amidst the chaos, a fierce determination burned brighter than ever. The oasis was near. The fight for its secrets was only just beginning. Jonathan's voice cut through the settling dust, steady and commanding. We move at first light. Rest now tomorrow. The desert will decide who deserves its truth. The night settled in, cold and silent beneath the vast desert sky. The storm's fury, a fading memory, but its warning etched deep in their bones. Molech's silhouette lingered on the horizon, a dark omen of the relentless pursuit that awaited them. In the quiet moments before dawn, Jonathan allowed himself a brief glance at the stars overhead. Beneath the desert moon, the chase would continue, and the cost of ambition would soon be reckoned. The sun blazed mercilessly overhead as the expedition pressed deeper into the shifting dunes. The endless sea of sand, both a barrier and a veil. Dr. Jonathan Crane's keen eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign that might guide them toward their elusive prize. Then, as the golden light shifted, a faint outline caught his attention, a subtle depression in the sand, unlike the natural undulations surrounding it. Here, Jonathan called softly, motioning to the team. Leela Hassan approached quickly, her intense eyes narrowing as she knelt down to brush away layers of the fine desert sand. Slowly, beneath their fingers, a cold, hard surface emerged, a carved stone doorway, half buried yet resolute against the desert's relentless embrace. Intricate symbols adorned the arch, their details catching the light in a way that seemed almost otherworldly. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, stepping closer with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "This must be the temple mentioned in the manuscript," he murmured. "But how has it remained so well concealed?" Jonathan's gaze swept over the carvings, tracing the faint outlines of ancient hieroglyphs and images that hinted at rituals and legends long forgotten. "The desert hides many secrets," he replied, "and this one was meant to stay hidden. We need to be cautious." The team cleared the remaining sand with great care, revealing the full entrance. The heavy stone door, etched with symbols of life and eternity, stood as a silent guardian of the mysteries within. Jonathan reached out, pushing the door open with a low rumble that echoed into the darkness beyond. Inside, the temperature dropped noticeably, the air thick with the scent of ancient stone and dust disturbed after centuries of slumber. Their footsteps stirred echoes through the narrow passageway, walls adorned with faded but exquisite frescoes depicting scenes of water, lush greenery, and figures worshipping a radiant oasis. "Look at this," Lila whispered, running her fingers over the smooth surface of a relief carving. "These stories align with the legends my family told. Migadeans protecting a sacred place." As they ventured deeper, the path narrowed, revealing a series of ancient mechanisms, pressure plates embedded in the floor, concealed pits and arrow slits hinted at by subtle markings. Jonathan motioned for silence, his mind racing through the knowledge of ancient defenses he had studied for years. "Stay close," he warned. One wrong step could trigger a trap. Carefully, they navigated the treacherous corridor. The tension was palpable. Every breath, every heartbeat seemed amplified in the oppressive stillness. Marcus examined the walls, deciphering the inscriptions with growing fascination. These tell of a covenant between the desert's ancient inhabitants and a power source unlike any other, he said, his voice tinged with awe. This isn't just a myth. Suddenly, a faint click echoed beneath their feet. Jonathan's instincts kicked in. He leapt aside just as a volley of darts shot from hidden alcoves. Leela reacted swiftly, grabbing his arm and pulling him to safety. The team froze, hearts pounding from the near-death moment. "This place is not just a monument," Jonathan said grimly. "It's a fortress designed to protect something extraordinary." As they regained their composure, Marcus knelt beside an ancient tablet, tracing the symbols that spoke of life, death, and eternal waters beneath the desert sands. If this is true, the oasis is more than a legend. It's a source of power that shaped civilizations. The weight of the discovery settled over them, mingling with the ever-present danger. Jonathan's mind raced, balancing the thrill of revelation with the sobering reality that their quest had only just begun. Outside, the desert sun continued its relentless descent, reminding them that time was a precious commodity. Together, they pressed on, shadows lengthening around them as the temple's secrets slowly unfolded beneath the desert's watchful gaze. The oasis awaited, a beacon of hope and peril intertwined. But in the depths of the ancient stone, the true test was only beginning, and the choices they made here would echo far beyond the sands. And so, beneath the hidden temple's shadow, the expedition's path sharpened, a race not just against time and rivals, but against the very mysteries that had guarded the oasis for millennia. The chamber was cloaked in shadows, the flickering torchlight barely penetrating the thick veil of dust that hung in the stale air like an ancient secret waiting to be uncovered. Dr. Jonathan Crane's boots echoed softly against the worn stone floor as he paused, eyes scanning the intricate carvings etched deep into the temple walls. Each symbol and motif seemed to pulse with a silent story, whispering fragments of a civilization lost to time. The scent of aged parchment and faint traces of incense mingled with the dry desert air that had somehow found its way into this buried sanctuary. Jonathan's fingers brushed lightly over the cool surface of a carved relief depicting a procession of robed figures bearing offerings. The craftsmanship was exquisite, their faces serene yet enigmatic. He swallowed hard, the weight of the expedition's dangers momentarily forgotten as awe stole over him. "This place," he murmured, "holds more than just the promise of immortality. It's a testament to belief, sacrifice, and legacy." Leela Hassan stepped forward, her torchlight illuminating a large stone tablet inscribed with faded glyphs. She knelt carefully, her intense eyes studying the characters as if they were old friends. "These markings," she said softly, "tell of a guardian spirit, bound by bloodlines to protect the oasis from those who would exploit it." Jonathan turned, surprise flickering across his weathered face. "A guardian spirit?" Leela nodded, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. "My family has passed down stories for generations, stelas of ancestors who were chosen to watch over this place, ensuring its secrets remain safe. It's more than legend for us. It's a sacred duty." Marcus Finch, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses skeptically but couldn't hide the flicker of intrigue in his eyes. "If that's true," he said cautiously, "then the oasis's disappearance at sunset might be less a trick of light and more a protective enchantment." The room seemed to hold its breath as Jonathan contemplated Lila's revelation. For years, his obsession with the oasis had been fueled by ambition and haunted memories of loss. Now, confronted with this ancestral connection, the quest took on a deeper, more personal meaning. Suddenly, Jonathan staggered as a sudden dizziness overcame him. The torchlight wavered, and the chamber swirled into a blur of sand and shadow. Images from his past expedition flashed before his eyes, the desperate faces of lost comrades, the crushing sands swallowing a campfire's glow, the bitter sting of failure. Voices whispered accusations and regrets, mingling with the howling desert wind that seemed to echo inside his mind. "Jonathan," Lila's voice cut through the haze, steadying him as she reached out. "You're here, with us. Focus." He blinked, the visions retreating but leaving a heavy ache in his chest. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Sometimes the past feels as real as the desert sun." Lila's expression softened. "We all carry our burdens, but here, now, we have a chance to change the story." Marcus stepped forward, his usual skepticism tempered by the undeniable evidence before them. "These inscriptions," he said, pointing to a newly uncovered section of the tablet, "speak of a ritual one that binds the oasis's power to the purity of those who seek it. It's not merely a place, but a living legacy." Jonathan's gaze hardened with renewed resolve. "Then we must honor that legacy, whatever it takes." The team gathered closer, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows that danced like spirits on the ancient walls. Outside, the desert wind whispered promises and warnings, the endless chase pressing ever onward. Beneath the surface of stone and sand, history and myth converged, pulling them deeper into a mystery that demanded sacrifice, courage, and faith. As they prepared to move forward, Jonathan's thoughts lingered on the fragile line between obsession and purpose. The echoes of the past would not be silenced easily, but perhaps, beneath the desert moon, they could be transformed into something enduring. The chamber door creaked open, revealing a narrow passage leading further down into darkness. The journey was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. Jonathan took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle around him like the desert itself. The past was calling, and he had no choice but to answer. "Let's go," he said, his voice steady, "before the shadows grow any longer." The team stepped forward together, into the unknown, where the secrets of the oasis awaited beneath layers of sand and time, and where the true test of their resolve was yet to come. The desert sun bore down relentlessly as the expedition made camp on a narrow ledge flanked by rolling dunes. Jonathan Crane wiped the sweat from his brow, the grit of sand clinging stubbornly to his skin. The air shimmered with heat, distorting the horizon into wavering mirages that seemed to mock their fragile progress. Despite the exhaustion, Jonathan's gaze remained unyielding, scanning every ripple in the sand, every whisper of movement beyond the camp. Leila Hassan crouched atop a nearby dune, her silhouette a study in alertness. Her eyes, sharp and intense, swept the desert for any sign of danger. She had learned long ago that in these unforgiving lands, a moment's inattention could spell doom. Her fingers tightened on the grip of her rifle as a faint rustling caught her ear too. Subtle for the others to notice, but enough to set her instincts alight. Suddenly, a figure darted from behind a rocky outcrop, moving with practiced silence and deadly intent. Omar, Mollick's ruthless enforcer, had slipped through the desert's vastness to strike. His mission was clear: disrupt Jonathan's fragile expedition and sow chaos before Mollick could close the noose. Jonathan's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, as the camp erupted into a flurry of movement. "Positions. Protect the supplies." His team scrambled, hearts pounding, as sand exploded in the wake of gunfire. Lila fired a warning shot, forcing Omar into the open where Marcus Finch, though reluctant in combat, provided crucial cover. The skirmish was brutal and swift. Sand stung faces, The acrid smell of gunpowder hung in the air, and the desert seemed to close in around them, relentless and indifferent. Omar fought with the cold efficiency of a mercenary, but Jonathan's strategic mind and the team's cohesion held firm. Yet the scars ran deeper than the physical wounds. The attack shattered the fragile trust within the group. Marcus's skeptical eyes darted suspiciously at Jonathan, questioning decisions made in the heat of battle. Leela's loyalty to Jonathan was unwavering, but even she felt the strain of doubt creeping like a shadow across their campfire conversations. That night, beneath a canopy of stars, the desert whispered secrets of survival and sacrifice. Jonathan sat apart, poring over worn maps and ancient manuscripts by the flickering light of a small lantern. The weight of leadership pressed heavily on his shoulders. Moloch's pursuit was no longer a distant threat, but an immediate peril that demanded new tactics, sharper instincts, and unbreakable unity. The desert was a ruthless adversary, but so was Malakand. Jonathan intended to face them both with every ounce of his strength. But the question remained, could he restore faith among his companions before the next move from Malak sealed their fate? The endless chase beneath the desert sun had only just begun, and the stakes had never been higher. The shifting sands held their breath, awaiting the next chapter in this perilous pursuit. The wind carried the distant howl of desert creatures and the faint echo of past failures that haunted Jonathan's mind. Yet within that solitude, his resolve crystallized. The oasis, with all its elusive promise, was within reach, but only if he could outwit his ruthless rival and heal the fractures within his own team. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon with hues of amber and rose, Jonathan rose, eyes blazing with renewed determination. The desert sun hung relentlessly overhead, its heat dancing on the golden dunes like a living entity. Each step the expedition took was a battle against exhaustion and the deceptive tricks of the desert air. Dr. Jonathan Crane led the charge, his eyes fixed on the horizon where a shimmering glimmer teased the senses, a pool of water, glistening temptingly under the unyielding sun. It was a mirage, he knew, yet the sight stirred a desperate hope within him. Water, he breathed, voice thick with longing. We're close. Leela Hassan paused, her gaze narrowing as she scanned the horizon with practiced eyes. That's no water, she said quietly, her voice steady despite the intensity of the heat. It's a mirage. The desert plays tricks. Marcus Finch, adjusting his dusty spectacles, frowned. Mirages are fascinating phenomena, but they're also dangerous. They prey on our hopes and can lead us astray. Jonathan clenched his jaw. We can't afford to be led astray now. We've come too far. Without waiting for consensus, he broke into a run toward the shimmering illusion, sand swirling round his boots. The others hesitated, caught between the pull of hope and the caution born of experience. The heat warped the air, bending shapes and colors into a tantalizing illusion of an oasis. Jonathan, wait, Lila called, her voice rising with urgency. She moved swiftly to intercept him, her feet steady on the shifting sand. It's not real. If we go chasing this, we'll lose precious time and worse, our strength. Jonathan skidded to a stop, chest heaving, sweat stinging his eyes. The mirage rippled before him, a cruel mockery of the real oasis they sought. He looked back at his team, their faces a mixture of hope and exhaustion. The desert was testing them physically, mentally, spiritually. Listen to Leela, Marcus added, stepping forward. The desert is as much a foe as it is a keeper of secrets. We must trust in our knowledge, not just our desires. The group gathered, and Leela began to explain the science and superstition behind desert mirages, her voice a lifeline in the disorienting heat. These illusions are caused by layers of hot air-bending light. They can make distant objects appear closer or create images that don't exist. We have to rely on the ground beneath our feet and the stars when night falls. Jonathan nodded slowly, chastened by his impulsiveness. The desert demanded respect and patience, qualities he was still learning to embody. As they resumed their march, Marcus leaned in closer to Jonathan. "You believe in the oasis's power, but how much of that belief is faith? How much is wishful thinking?" Jonathan met his gaze, the weight of his past failures pressing down on him. Faith and reason must walk hand in hand. Without hope, there's no quest. Without reason, there's no survival. Suddenly, the distant silhouette of Malik's mercenaries appeared on a dune ridge. Their presence a stark reminder that their pursuit was relentless. The mirage's deception had passed, but the dangers of the desert hand of human greed were very real. The team tightened their formation, their resolve steeling against the illusions of the desert and the threats closing in. The endless chase beneath the desert sun was far from over, and every step now carried the weight of destiny. Jonathan cast one last look at the fading mirage, a symbol of the fragile line between myth and reality they all walked. The desert whispered its warnings, but beneath that whisper, a promise the oasis awaited. If only they dared to see beyond the illusions. The journey pressed on, the horizon both a beacon and a challenge. As the desert's secrets revealed themselves, not just in the sands, but in the hearts of those who dared to seek them. And so, beneath the blistering sun, with mirages dancing and danger closing in, Jonathan Crane and his team moved forward toward destiny, toward sacrifice, toward the ultimate truth hidden beneath the desert moon. The mirage's deception had tested them, but it would not break them, not yet. As the sun dipped lower, shadows lengthening, a new resolve took root. The desert was merciless, but so were they. Jonathan's eyes burned with determination, the flicker of a dream reel or imagined guiding his every step. "Onward," he whispered. "We have no other choice." The desert swallowed their footprints, the mirage faded into the heat haze, and the chase continued endless, unforgiving, and full of peril. The wind howled like a living beast, tearing at the thin fabric of Jonathan Crane's jacket as sand swept across the endless dunes, blinding and relentless. The sky, once a brilliant azure, had darkened abruptly, swallowed by the swirling fury of the desert storm. Jonathan's heart pounded in his chest, each breath a battle against the choking grit that filled the air. Around him, shouts were swallowed by the tempest, the voices of his team reduced to ghostly echoes. He struggled forward, feet sinking into shifting sands, the landscape distorting into a blur of golden waves and violent shadows. The storm was unyielding, a wall of nature's wrath that severed connections and shattered resolve. In the chaos, a sudden gust threw Jonathan against a jagged rock, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. When he staggered to his feet, he realized with a surge of panic that he was alone. The storm roared on, a deafening cacophony of wind and sand. Jonathan crouched behind the rocky outcrop, pressing his hands to his face to shield his eyes, the sting of sand a cruel reminder of his vulnerability. His mind raced, the memories of past failures cascading like the storm itself, unbidden and relentless. He thought of his lost friend, his closest companion in a previous desert expedition whose death had shattered his confidence and haunted every decision since. From the depths of his jacket, Jonathan pulled a worn photograph, edges frayed and colors faded. It was the only tangible connection to a past that he could neither fully embrace nor forget. Holding it against his chest, he whispered a vow to himself. This time, he would not fail. As the storm began to wane, the desert revealed itself again, a vast expanse scarred by the tempest's fury. Broken equipment lay scattered, footprints half erased by the shifting sand. Jonathan's chest tightened with grief as he realized the cost the part of his team lost to the storm's merciless embrace. Yet, amid the sorrow, a fierce ember of determination ignited. Night descended swiftly, the temperature plummeting as stars blinked coldly overhead. Jonathan gathered what little dry wood remained and coaxed a fire to life. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the rocks, a fragile beacon in the overwhelming darkness. He sat close, the warmth a small comfort against the biting chill and the gnawing loneliness. Silence settled around him, broken only by the crackle of flames and the distant whisper of the desert wind. Jonathan allowed his thoughts to wander, confronting the guilt and regret that had long haunted him. The desert's vast emptiness mirrored the void inside, yet within that void he sought something more than survival. Hours passed as he wrestled with memories and fears, the solitude sharpening his senses and resolve. Dawn would bring new challenges, but also new hope. The lost oasis awaited, a shimmering promise on the horizon, and Jonathan knew he must press on, not just for himself, but for those who had fallen and the legacy he was determined to forge. With the first light of morning, Jonathan rose, muscles aching but spirit unbroken. He scanned the horizon, the desert sun casting long shadows across the dunes. The path ahead was uncertain and perilous, but his purpose was clear. Alone or not, he would find the oasis beneath the desert moon. And so, with the storm behind him and the endless chase before him, Jonathan Crane stepped forward into the vast unknown. Driven by desperation, haunted by the past, and fueled by a hope that refused to die. This was not the end of his journey, it was merely the crucible that would forge the man he needed to become. The desert stretched out before Jonathan like a vast, unforgiving ocean of sand, its endless waves shimmering with the heat of the late afternoon sun. He staggered forward, every muscle aching, his throat parched beyond all reason. The sandstorm had torn through the group like a merciless predator, scattering them, claiming lives, and leaving behind a silence more profound than any sound could be. As the wind died down, Jonathan raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. In the distance, a flicker of movement caught his attention, a figure, then two, gathered near the battered remains of their camp. Hope surged through him, raw and sudden. With a grunt, he pushed onward, boots sinking deep into the soft dunes. Lila's sharp eyes locked onto him first. "Jonathan," she called out, her voice cracking with a mix of relief and disbelief. Marcus stood beside her, adjusting his glasses with trembling hands, his usually composed demeanor shaken by the ordeal. Alina hurried forward, her medical kit strapped tightly to her back, ready to tend to whatever injuries he carried. They embraced in a tight, almost desperate group hug, the years of friendship and shared hardship binding them together in that moment. Tears mingled with sweat and dust on their faces as the stark reality of their losses settled over them. Some were gone friends and colleagues swallowed by the sands or taken by the storm's fury. Their absence was a heavy presence, felt in every word left unspoken. Around a meager fire that struggled against the chill of the encroaching night, the survivors gathered. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows on the rugged faces, illuminating eyes glazed with exhaustion but burning with determination. Stories were exchanged, fragments of memory and hope, laughter tinged with sorrow. Each name spoken was a tribute, a promise that their sacrifice would not be in vain. Jonathan's gaze drifted to the horizon where the sun dipped low, painting the sky in fiery hues. Time was no longer their ally. Moloch's mercenaries were closing in, their ruthless pursuit relentless. The urgency in the air was palpable, a silent drumbeat urging them onward. Spreading a worn map across a flat rock, Jonathan traced their path with a calloused finger, the lines and markings worn but still legible. Lila leaned in, her voice quiet but firm, as she pointed out hidden passes and potential shortcuts through the unforgiving terrain. Marcus, ever the skeptic, weighed in with cautious pragmatism, balancing hope with the cold logic that had often kept them alive. Alina moved among them like a guardian angel, her hands steady as she cleaned scrapes and bandaged bruises. Her presence was a balm, a reminder that even in the harshest conditions, care and compassion endured. "We can't afford another mistake," Jonathan said, his voice low but resolute. "Moloch's getting closer every hour. We have to move fast, but smart." Leela nodded, her intense eyes reflecting the firelight. "The desert knows no mercy, but neither do we." Marcus adjusted his glasses, a flicker of respect crossing his features. "Let's hope your faith in legends is stronger than my doubt." The night deepened, wrapping the camp in its cold embrace. Yet within that small circle of light, a spark had been rekindled, the fierce, unyielding flame of hope and resolve. The road ahead was perilous, shadows lurking at every turn. But united by loss and driven by a shared purpose, Jonathan and his team prepared to face whatever the desert would throw at them next. As the stars began to pierce the velvet sky, Jonathan allowed himself a brief moment of reflection. The weight of grief pressed upon him, yes, but also a burgeoning clarity. This quest was no longer just about immortality or redemption. It was about honor, about carrying forward the legacy of those who had fallen, about proving that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the human spirit could endure. The wind whispered through the dunes, carrying with it the promise of dawn and the certainty of the endless chase. Jonathan Crane tightened his grip on the map, squared his shoulders, and looked to the horizon. The desert was vast, its secrets many, but so was his determination. And beneath the fading light of day, their journey was far from over. The desert night lay heavy around the camp, a vast expanse of inky black pierced only by the cold, distant glimmer of stars. The fire's flames danced fitfully, casting flickering shadows across the faces gathered in a loose circle. The air was thick with the scent of dry earth, mingled faintly with the burnt resin of the firewood. Lila Hassan sat slightly apart from the others, her eyes reflecting the firelight, intense and thoughtful. The silence that had settled was not uncomfortable but charged, as if the desert itself held its breath, waiting. Jonathan Crane broke the quiet, his voice low and steady. "Lila, you've been holding something back. We all sense it. What is it about this oasis that you haven't told us?" Leela's gaze shifted to him, then downward to the sand at her feet. After a long moment, she exhaled softly, the sound barely audible over the whispering wind. "It's not just a place," she began, her voice a whisper that seemed to blend with the night around them. "For my family, the oasis is a living memory, a sacred trust passed down through generations." Marcus Finch leaned forward, adjusting his glasses. "A tradition, more than that," Leela replied, pulling from her satchel a small, worn, leather-bound journal, its edges frayed and softened by time. "These are the records of my ancestors' keepers of the desert's secrets." Opening the journal carefully, she revealed pages filled with delicate sketches and cryptic symbols, maps intertwined with poetic verses describing the oasis and its guardians. The moonlight lent a silver sheen to the fragile parchment, making the illustrations come alive in a way that mere words could not. Alina Cruz reached out, tracing a finger along the delicate ink lines. "These markings, they resemble the ones we found in the temple." Leela nodded. "They are warnings. Instructions. The oasis is protected by ancient customs that ensure its preservation. To disturb it recklessly is to invite disaster, not just for ourselves, but for the desert itself." Jonathan's eyes narrowed, the weight of her words settling deep into his bones. "You mean the oasis isn't just a place of myth or legend, but a sacred site?" "Exactly," Lila said, her voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of urgency. "My family has guarded this knowledge, passing down the responsibility to respect the land and its secrets. The oasis is a gift and a burden." She paused, glancing skyward as a soft wind rustled the journal's pages. The scent of jasmine, faint and unexpected in the arid desert air, drifted past them. It was a fragrance tied to the oasis, a reminder of life thriving against all odds. "There are tales," Leela continued, "of those who sought to claim the oasis's power for themselves, only to be consumed by their greed. The desert does not forgive." Marcus's usual skepticism softened as he listened. "So this lost oasis is protected not just by sand and time, but by the very culture and spirit of the desert people." Leela's eyes met Jonathan's. "It's why you must understand more than maps and manuscripts. You must respect the oasis for what it is." Jonathan swallowed hard. The burden of his ambition suddenly felt heavier, mingling with a newfound reverence. "Thank you for trusting us with this, Leela." She smiled faintly, the tension easing from her shoulders. "We walked this desert not as conquerors, but as guests." The camp fell silent again. The fires crackled the only sound as each member of the team absorbed the gravity of Lila's confession. The desert stretched endlessly around them, a silent witness to the unfolding story, one of legacy, sacrifice, and the delicate balance between man and myth. As the night deepened, Jonathan found himself staring into the fire's heart, thoughts swirling like the sands outside. The path ahead was no longer just a race against time or a quest for glory. It was a sacred journey, one that demanded humility and courage in equal measure. The desert moon hung low, a pale guardian watching over them, its light casting the oasis's secret in a new glow-on of mystery, respect, and the eternal dance between human desire and the mysteries of the earth. Jonathan felt the weight of destiny settle within him, knowing that tomorrow's dawn would bring challenges unlike any before, but also the hope that together they could honor the ancient trust and perhaps, just perhaps, find a way to protect a secret older than time itself. And as the fire's glow waned, the desert whispered its age-old secrets, promising that the chase was far from over. The sun hung low in the vast sky, its fiery orb beginning its slow descent toward the horizon. The endless desert stretched out before them, a sea of undulating gold and ochre dunes carved by merciless winds. For days, Dr. Jonathan Crane and his team had endured the punishing heat, the blinding sandstorms, and the ever-present threat of deception that the desert wove like an invisible veil. Now, as the shadows lengthened and the air cooled with the promise of evening, something miraculous shimmered on the horizon. There, Lila Hassan's voice broke the silence, sharp and breathless. She pointed toward a glistening patch beyond the dunes, a green oasis rising like a mirage from the shimmering heat waves. Jonathan squinted against the sun, heart pounding as his eyes captured the unmistakable outline of palm trees swaying gently over a pool of water, so clear it reflected the sky like a polished mirror. Marcus Finch adjusted his dusty glasses, skepticism flickering in his eyes, even as he allowed himself a small, awed smile. "By all accounts, that should be impossible," he murmured, "but there it is." Jonathan felt the weight of countless burdens lift in that moment, the relentless chase, the haunting memories of past failures, the gnawing doubt that had dogged him since the manuscript's discovery. The oasis was real, and it was within reach. The team crested the towering dune, the heat of the day giving way to the cooler embrace of twilight. The air was alive with the soft rustling of palm fronds, the gentle lap of water against the banks, and the distant call of desert birds returning to roost. For a fleeting heartbeat, the desert's harshness seemed to pause, replaced by the tranquil beauty of this hidden refuge. Lila's eyes narrowed, her voice low and steady. "We must not be fooled. The desert plays tricks, mirages, and illusions designed to protect this place. We need to stay focused." Jonathan nodded, feeling the familiar stirrings of obsession and determination. "We've come too far to let this slip away now, but we must move carefully. Malik won't be far behind." The shadows lengthened rapidly, and the once bright sky softened into hues of amber and rose. The oasis glimmered like a jewel, promising immortality and secrets beyond comprehension. Yet, beneath its serene surface lay danger-ancient traps, rival mercenaries, and the curse of time itself. As they prepared to descend toward the sanctuary, Jonathan's thoughts flickered to the sacrifices made, the comrades lost, and the legacy he hoped to carve from the sands. The desert was unforgiving, but within this moment lay the culmination of everything he had fought for. Steeling himself, he led the way forward, each step carrying the weight of hope and desperation. The oasis awaited, but so did the twilight hand, the truth that would forever change their lives. The chase was nearing its end, but the desert's final secret was yet to be revealed. Jonathan's breath caught in his throat as the first stars began to pierce the deepening sky. Somewhere beyond the shimmering palms, Moloch's shadow loomed, poised to strike. Underneath the desert moon, the ultimate test of courage and conviction was about to unfold. The desert sun was a relentless overseer, beating down on the expedition as the team set up camp amidst the endless dunes. Exhaustion clung to every member, but none more so than Jonathan Crane, whose sharp eyes scanned the horizon with an intensity born of both ambition and a growing sense of foreboding. Leela Hassan moved with practiced ease, her sharp wit and intimate knowledge of the desert guiding their tired steps. But the peace was fragile. Jonathan's unease had grown over the past days, an instinct sharpened by years of peril and betrayal in his field. As the team busied themselves with setting up tents and tending to equipment, a sudden commotion shattered the fragile calm. Dust erupted like a living thing, swirling violently as the unmistakable sound of gunfire cracked through the dry air. Shouts erupted urgent, panicked, cutting through the stillness. Jonathan's heart pounded as he pivoted toward the source. Through the haze of dust and heat, he saw their Moloch's mercenaries, swift and ruthless, descending upon their camp like predators. The merciless desert had given way to a human threat far more dangerous. Leela, Jonathan's voice was a sharp command, but the mercenaries moved too quickly. In the chaos, Leela fought fiercely, her athletic form twisting and turning to evade capture. Her eyes intense and unyielding found Jonathan's, for a fleeting moment, a silent message of resilience. But it was not enough. Two strong hands gripped her arms, yanking her backward. A cry escaped her lips, mingling with the roar of the wind and the mercenary's harsh orders. Jonathan surged forward, but a mercenary blocked his path, gun raised in cold warning. He skidded to a halt, fury igniting inside as he watched Lila disappear into the dust-laden horizon. The camp fell into stunned silence once the attackers retreated, leaving only the bitter taste of loss and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Elena Cruz rushed to tend to the minor injuries sustained in the skirmish, her calm professionalism a steadying force amid the turmoil. Yet even her reassuring presence could not mask the mounting dread that settled over the group. That night, beneath a sky studded with indifferent stars, Jonathan gathered the remaining team around a small fire. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on their weary faces, mirroring the turmoil within. Plans were whispered urgently, voices low but charged with tension. "We can't let Moloch use her knowledge," Jonathan said, his voice firm despite the exhaustion. "Lila's survival depends on us acting quickly and smartly." Marcus Finch, ever the skeptic, frowned. "We're outnumbered and outgunned. Rushing in blindly is a death sentence." Lila's absence was a silent wound, a reminder of the stakes that no amount of scholarly debate could diminish. Elsewhere, in the rugged expanse of his desert camp, Malik sat with a cruel smile etched across his scarred face. His captive, Lila, stood defiant despite the harsh chains that bound her wrists. "You underestimate me, Hassan," Malik taunted, his voice a low growl. "Your knowledge will unlock the oasis. Together, we will control what no one else dares to touch." Lila met his gaze unwaveringly. "The desert protects its secrets. You'll find that some treasures demand a price you're unwilling to pay." Moloch's smile twisted. "Then you'll be the one paying it." Back at their camp, the team's resolve hardened. Jonathan's mind raced as he weighed their options. Time was slipping away, the sun inching toward the horizon, and with it, their window to reach the oasis before it vanished. Before dawn, Jonathan prepared himself for the mission that would test every skill and ounce of courage he possessed. The desert's cold breath greeted him as he stepped into the vast silence, the blood-red horizon a stark reminder of the peril ahead. He was alone now, burdened with the weight of rescue and survival. Every step forward was a step into the unknown, where enemies lurked and the desert itself seemed to conspire against him. Yet, beneath the desert moon, Jonathan Crane's determination burned brighter than ever. The chase was no longer just for immortality, was for the life of a trusted friend and the hope that some secrets were worth fighting for. As the night deepened, the desert whispered promises and warnings alike, its mirages blurring the line between hope and despair. Jonathan's journey into darkness had only just begun, and the ultimate test awaited beneath the fading light. The desert sun hung low, casting long, fiery streaks across the horizon as Dr. Jonathan Crane peered cautiously over the edge of a jagged rock formation. His breath came in measured, steady pulls, each exhale stirring the dry, powdery dust at his feet. Below, the mercenary camp sprawled like an ominous hive. Tents clustered among scattered boulders and guarded by menacing silhouettes pacing beneath fluttering flags. The air was thick with the metallic temps of anticipation and the relentless heat of the late afternoon. Jonathan's sharp eyes scanned every detail, the positioning of guards, the flicker of campfires, the muffled voices carried by the desert wind. His team, a small but capable group, lay crouched behind the rocky cover, muscles taut and hearts pounding in unison with the rising tension. Beside him, Leela Hassan's absence was a gnawing ache, fueling his resolve to act swiftly and decisively. "Positions," Jonathan whispered, his voice low yet firm. "Alina, Marcus, cover the eastern flank. Omar's men won't expect an assault from that direction. Leela's life depends on our precision." Elena Cruz nodded, her usual calm demeanor edged with fierce determination as she checked her medical kit one last time. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses nervously, skepticism replaced by a resolute commitment to the mission. The desert was unforgiving, but so were they. The plan was simple in theory, but perilous in execution. A coordinated strike under the dying light of day to catch Moloch's mercenaries off guard. Intelligence from Rashid had been invaluable. He'd pinpointed the exact location where Lila was held captive, a reinforced tent near the center of the camp. Time was their enemy. The sun's descent signaled the coming disappearance of the oasis's protective illusion, and Moloch's wrath would only deepen. Jonathan's pulse quickened as he gave the silent signal. Like shadows, the team slipped from cover, moving with practiced stealth across the rocky terrain. The crunch of sand beneath boots was subdued but unyielding. Every step brought them closer to the heart of the enemy's lair. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sliced through the stillness, a guard's cry as a figure stumbled upon the intruders. Chaos erupted instantly. Gunfire cracked like thunder, echoing wildly against the canyon walls. Sand exploded into the air, shimmering in the last golden rays as bullets whistled past. Jonathan dropped low, returning fire with calculated precision. Through the haze of smoke and dust, Lila's figure emerged, bound but defiant, eyes blazing with unbroken spirit. Jonathan's heart surged. "Hold on, Lila," he muttered, weaving through the chaos, every muscle coiled for the fight ahead. Malik appeared next, a dark force amidst the turmoil, his scarred face twisted in rage and disbelief. "Jonathan, you think you can steal what's mine?" he snarled, drawing a pistol with deadly intent. Their confrontation was swift and brutal. Jonathan's mind raced as he parried blows and dodged shots, the desert wind whipping dust and grit into their faces. Around them, the camp dissolved into a maelstrom of shouted orders and clashing steel. Meanwhile, Marcus and Alina expertly covered their backs, tending to minor wounds and maintaining the fragile line between victory and disaster. The team moved as one, their bond forged in the crucible of shared danger. Minutes stretched like hours until, finally, Lila's bonds were cut. She sprang free, joining Jonathan in a desperate retreat through the maze of tents. Behind them, Omar barked orders, rallying Moloch's remaining mercenaries in pursuit. The fading sun painted the sky in blood-red hues, shadows lengthening with every heartbeat. The desert was no longer just a backdrop, was a living, breathing adversary, its shifting sands threatening to swallow them whole. But hope blazed fiercely in their chests. "Keep moving," Jonathan urged, voice hoarse but commanding. "We're almost clear." Their flight was a desperate dance of survival. Weaving between rocks and sand dunes, hearts hammering against ribs like tribal drums. The oasis's elusive promise beckoned beyond the horizon, fragile beacon of salvation and sacrifice. As the camp faded into the distance, Jonathan glanced back once, meeting Moloch's fierce gaze. The war was far from over, but for now, they had won a crucial victory. Lila was safe, and with her, the key to the desert's deepest secrets, yet beneath the exhilaration lay a shadow of foreboding. Moloch's vendetta would burn hotter, his tactics more ruthless, and the desert, with its mirages and mysteries, awaited their next move. Jonathan's jaw tightened, resolve hardening like desert stone. This was no longer just a race to the oasis, it was a battle for the soul of the desert itself, and he would not fail. The desert moon would soon rise, casting its pale light over a landscape where legends lived and died, where the line between myth and reality blurred beneath the endless chase. Jonathan's eyes burned with fierce determination, a silent vow echoing in the night. Whatever the cost, he would protect the oasis's secret and those he cared for to the very end. But As shadows lengthened and the night deepened, one question lingered in the cool desert air. How far was he willing to go when the ultimate sacrifice was demanded? The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the sprawling oasis that seemed to breathe with life amid the harsh desert. Dr. Jonathan Crane, Lila Hassan, and Dr. Marcus Finch stepped cautiously beneath the canopy of towering palm trees, their boots sinking softly into the warm, fine sand. The air was thick with the fragrant scent of blooming desert flowers, mingling with the subtle, refreshing aroma of fresh water. Somewhere nearby, the gentle murmur of a spring whispered through the oasis, a stark contrast to the relentless silence of the dunes beyond. Jonathan's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in the ancient stone pillars that rose like sentinels around the perimeter. Each pillar was carved with intricate symbols, worn by the passage of countless years, but still unmistakably purposeful. The group moved silently, reverence settling over them like a shroud. This was no ordinary oasis, this was a sacred place, one protected by mysteries older than human memory. "Look at these inscriptions," Marcus murmured, kneeling beside a crumbled pedestal. His fingers traced the faded etchings, careful not to disturb the fragile relic. Their warnings, threats, almost. Lila crouched nearby, her intense eyes flicking toward the shadows between the trees. "This place isn't just hidden by the desert, it's guarded." Jonathan nodded, heart pounding with a mixture of awe and caution. "We need to tread carefully." The legends spoke of guardians, ancient protectors who punish the unworthy. As they ventured deeper, the ground beneath Lila's boots suddenly shifted. A faint, metallic click echoed through the still air. "Wait," Jonathan hissed, grabbing her arm just before she could step forward. But the mechanism had already been triggered. A massive stone wall to their left groaned and began to slide open, revealing a narrow passage shrouded in darkness. From the shadows emerged a series of deadly traps, swinging blades poised to slice, concealed pits yawning like hungry maws. The team froze, their breaths caught in their throats. Jonathan's fingers brushed the edge of a stone tablet nearby, its surface inscribed with fresh warnings in an ancient tongue. "The oasis protects itself," Marcus whispered, eyes wide as he deciphered the text. "Any who seek to exploit its power without respect will face dire consequences." Lila's voice was steady despite the tension. "We knew this wouldn't be easy, but we have to move forward." Jonathan's mind raced, weighing each step with care. Every trap was a test, a measure of their worthiness and resolve. The group moved with meticulous precision, Lila leading the way as she navigated the perilous passage. Jonathan's pulse quickened each time a blade swooshed past or a floor tile shifted ominously beneath their weight. Marcus followed closely, decoding more inscriptions that revealed the history of the oasis and the sacred duty of its guardians. Hours seemed to stretch into eternity as they pressed onward. The oppressive heat of the desert faded beneath the oasis's sheltering foliage, replaced by a coolness that hinted at the hidden spring's life-giving power. Finally, they emerged into a glade where the water shimmered like liquid glass. The oasis lay before them in all its ethereal beauty, a verdant paradise cradled by ancient stonework and vibrant flora. But the serenity was deceptive. The inscriptions had made clear that this sanctuary was not merely a haven but a crucible. Jonathan knelt by the water's edge, his reflection wavering with the ripples. Around him, the team stood silent, each lost in their thoughts. The oasis was real, its power undeniable, yet it demanded respect, sacrifice, and an acceptance of burdens heavier than any of them had anticipated. "This is more than a discovery," Jonathan said quietly. "It's a responsibility." Leela's gaze met his, fierce and unwavering. "Then we protect it, no matter the cost." Marcus adjusted his glasses, a newfound reverence softening his skepticism. Perhaps some legends are rooted in truth, after all. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows beneath the palms, the team prepared for the challenges yet to come. The ancient guardians had made their presence known. Now it was up to Jonathan and his companions to prove their worth, or be consumed by the desert's timeless wrath. The oasis whispered its secrets beneath the desert moon, waiting for the next move in an endless game of pursuit and survival. The chamber was hushed, save for the soft scrape of Marcus Finch's fingers tracing the worn carvings on the ancient tablet. The flickering lantern light cast long shadows across the stone walls, dancing like restless spirits in the twilight gloom. Jonathan Crane stood close by, his eyes narrowed, absorbing every detail with the intensity of a man desperate for answers. Lila Hassan, ever vigilant, scanned the temple's dark corners, her senses tuned to the desert's ever-present whisper. "These symbols," Marcus murmured, his voice thick with concentration, "they're unlike anything I've encountered before. The script is archaic, predating known civilizations in this region. But the pattern, it's a complex spell, an enchantment of sorts." Jonathan's pulse quickened. "A spell? You mean the oasis isn't just a natural phenomenon?" Marcus nodded slowly. "Exactly. This isn't merely a hidden spring or a mirage conjured by heat. The oasis is cloaked by an ancient illusion, one designed to protect it from those who might exploit its power." Leela stepped forward, her eyes sharp. "So that's why it vanishes at sunset. The spell activates with the setting sun, hiding the oasis until dawn." "Yes," Marcus confirmed. "The inscriptions suggest it's a protective mechanism, a safeguard woven by the original architects of this place. They understood the danger the oasis could pose if discovered by the wrong hands." Jonathan paced, the weight of the revelation settling over him like a heavy shroud. "That means our time to reach it each day is limited. We have to synchronize our movements perfectly, or we risk losing the oasis again. And Moloch's forces will be trying the same," Leela added grimly. "We can't afford any mistakes." The air in the chamber grew cooler as the sun's light began to fade outside. The team gathered their equipment, the urgency now palpable. Emerging from the temple, they were greeted by the sight of the oasis shimmering in the distance, an emerald jewel nestled among golden dunes. The desert wind carried the faint scent of blooming flowers and fresh water, a stark contrast to the arid wasteland surrounding them. "There it is," Jonathan breathed, his voice a mixture of awe and determination. "But it won't last." Leela's gaze locked on the horizon where the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows and bathing the landscape in a warm orange glow. "We have less than an hour before it disappears again. We move fast, no pauses." Marcus, still clutching his notes, added, "The spell's energy wanes with daylight. Once the sun sets, the illusion conceals the oasis completely. Any attempt to stay beyond that point risks being trapped outside, lost in the desert's expanse until dawn." Jonathan nodded, the enormity of their challenge crystallizing. "We'll need to split tasks, some securing a perimeter, others scouting for traps." The temple's warnings weren't just superstition. Leela turned to him, eyes fierce. "We're ready. The desert has tested us, and we've survived. This is what we came for." As the sun slipped closer to the horizon, the team quickened their steps, the oasis's shimmering allure spurring them forward. The desert seemed to hold its breath, the silence punctuated only by the crunch of sand beneath their boots and the distant call of a desert hawk. Jonathan's mind raced with possibilities and strategies. Could they outmaneuver Malik and his mercenaries? Could they unravel the full extent of the oasis's secrets before the spell reclaimed its hold? The answers lay ahead, just beyond the shimmering veil of the desert's greatest mystery. Night was approaching, and with it, the illusion's power would rise again. But for now, beneath the dying light of day, hope burned as fiercely as the desert sun. The sun hung low in the sky, its fierce orange glow stretching long shadows across the rolling dunes as Dr. Jonathan Crane led his weary team onward. Every step sank into the hot, shifting sand, a cruel reminder of the harshness of the desert they had sworn to conquer. Sweat stung Jonathan's eyes, mixing with dust and grit, but he refused to yield to exhaustion. The lost oasis, their prize, their hope lay just beyond the horizon, shimmering like a promise in the heat waves that danced before them. "Keep moving," Jonathan urged, his voice hoarse but resolute. "We're closer than ever. Don't let the desert beat us now." Beside him, Leela Hassan scanned the horizon with practiced eyes, her sun-kissed skin gleaming with sweat, muscles taut beneath her travel-worn gear. "Storms brewing," she warned, nodding toward the distant sky where dark clouds churned like malevolent spirits. "We've got maybe an hour before it hits." Marcus Finch adjusted his dusty spectacles, brow furrowed. "I don't like the look of those clouds. If that storm catches us out here, we could lose everything." Jonathan's jaw clenched. Time was a cruel adversary. The oasis was said to vanish at sunset, a shimmering mirage made real only while the sun graced the sky. If they didn't arrive soon, the desert would swallow their chance whole. The heat waves played tricks on their eyes. Jonathan stumbled, his vision momentarily blurred by a mirage glittering pool of water that rippled tantalizingly close. He reached out, fingers brushing the illusion, but it dissolved instantly into empty air and burning sand. Frustration surged through him, a bitter reminder of all the times the desert had toyed with his senses. "Don't fall for it," Leela cautioned, steadying his arm. "The desert's cruel like that. It wants to break you before you get to the truth." Jonathan nodded, swallowing the bitter taste of failure mingled with determination. They pressed onward, each step heavier, lungs burning in the dry air. The wind began to howl, carrying with it stinging particles of sand that whipped against their faces and forced their eyes shut. "Sandstorm," Leela called out, urgency sharpening her voice. "We need to find shelter now." The team scrambled, searching desperately for any sign of refuge amid the dunes. Jonathan's heart pounded, not just from exertion, but from the knowledge that the oasis might be just beyond their reach, and yet the desert seemed determined to keep its secrets. With seconds to spare, they crouched behind a jagged outcrop of sandstone, the sandstorm roaring round them like a living beast. Sand filled their mouths, clogged their throats, and blinded them. But the team huddled together, drawing strength from each other's presence. As twilight deepened, the storm abated, leaving a stillness that was almost sacred. The fading light cast a purple hue across the sands, and in the distance, Jonathan glimpsed a faint shimmer of promise that the oasis still existed, waiting for those brave enough to find it. "We made it this far," Jonathan whispered, voice raw but filled with fierce hope. "Tomorrow we finish this." But even as he spoke, the desert moon began its slow ascent, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape and reminding them that the race was far from over. The oasis's magic was fleeting, and the chase relentless. Beneath that pale light, the boundary between myth and reality blurred, and Jonathan knew that every step from here on would demand more than endurance, it would demand sacrifice. The desert night was alive with an eerie stillness, broken only by the distant whisper of wind weaving through the palm fronds surrounding the oasis. The moon hung low, a pale sentinel casting a silver glow over the shimmering water and the ancient stone ruins that dotted the landscape. Shadows danced like phantoms, and in the silence, every breath seemed amplified, every heartbeat a drum signaling the impending storm. Malik al-Sayed's mercenaries moved like ghosts, their dark silhouettes slipping between dunes and palms as they closed in on the oasis. Their eyes, sharp and calculating, reflected the moonlight with a cold hunger, their weapons glinting ominously. Malik himself stood at the center of the encircling force, his scarred face set in a cruel smirk, the lines of years etched deeply into his hardened features. Tonight was the night he would finally seize the power whispered about in legends. Inside the oasis's protective ring, Jonathan Crane crouched behind the broken remnants of a sandstone column, his breath shallow but steady. Beside him, Leela Hassan scanned the perimeter, her intense eyes cutting through the darkness. "They're close," she murmured, voice taut but controlled. "Too close." Jonathan's jaw tightened. "We knew this was coming. We have to hold them off until dawn, Dr. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses nervously, clutching a small satchel of ancient artifacts they had uncovered earlier. If they get their hands on the relics, the consequences could be catastrophic. A sudden crack shattered the silence as a gunshot echoed through the night. The mercenaries had begun their assault. Chaos erupted. The tranquil oasis transformed into a battlefield. Bullets tore through the air, kicking up sand and splinters. Jonathan sprang forward, signaling to his team to take strategic positions among the ruins. Lila moved like a shadow, her voice sharp with commands as she directed the defense. "Stay low, return fire, protect the artifacts at all costs." Jonathan's orders were clear and resolute. Omar, Malik's ruthless enforcer, led a squad through the underbrush, their footsteps silent but deadly. They aimed to flank Jonathan's team and capture the relics. A firefight broke out nearby, the staccato rhythm of gunfire blending with shouted orders and the metallic clang of weapons. Jonathan ducked behind a large boulder, heart pounding. He caught sight of Malik advancing steadily, eyes locked on the oasis's heart. The two men's gazes met briefly, an unspoken challenge crackling between them. Malik's voice cut through the din, cold and mocking. "Jonathan, this obsession of yours ends tonight. The oasis belongs to whoever is strong enough to claim it." Jonathan's reply was a grim smile. "Strength without honor is nothing. You'll see that soon enough." The battle grew fiercer. Leela expertly maneuvered through the crossfire, her sharp wit cutting through the tension as she covered Marcus, who scrambled to secure the artifacts. Sweat and dust coated their skin, the desert's harshness magnified by the adrenaline surging through their veins. In a sudden surge, Malik broke through the defenses, confronting Jonathan directly beneath the ghostly glow of the desert moon. The air between them crackled with years of rivalry, pain, and unspoken grudges. They clashed fists, pounding, weapons discarded in favor of raw, desperate combat. The sand beneath their feet shifted as they grappled, their breaths ragged and voices hoarse. Each blow was fueled by more than anger. It was a battle for legacy, for survival, for something far greater than themselves. Around them, the oasis shimmered, its waters reflecting the turmoil. The ancient trees stood witness, their whispering leaves bearing silent testimony to the struggle unfolding beneath the night sky. The fight pushed Jonathan to his limits, testing every ounce of his endurance and resolve. Malik's strength was formidable, but Jonathan's determination was unyielding. As dawn approached, the first pale light bled into the horizon, casting long shadows and illuminating the battered figures locked in combat. Realizing the tide was turning, Malik snarled a retreat, signaling his mercenaries to fall back. The mercenaries melted into the desert's embrace, their defeat bitter but temporary. Jonathan collapsed to his knees, chest heaving, pain radiating through his body. Leela and Marcus rushed to his side, their expressions a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "We held them off," Leela said softly, her eyes scanning the desert that had tested them so harshly. Jonathan nodded, his gaze lingering on the oasis's fading shimmer. "For now, but the battle for this place is far from over." As the sun's first rays touched the horizon, the oasis began its slow, ethereal fade, the ancient illusion spell weaving its magic once more. The desert reclaimed its secret, leaving behind only footprints in the sand and the echo of a fierce confrontation beneath the desert moon. Jonathan's thoughts raced not with triumph, but with the weight of sacrifice and the uncertain path ahead. The final assault had tested everything he stood for, and yet the true challenge was only just beginning. Underneath the desert moon, the endless chase continued. The desert twilight was fading fast, the sky a canvas streaked with bruised purples and fiery reds as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood at the edge of the legendary oasis, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly glow beneath the gathering desert moon. The air was cool now, but the tension that gripped him burned hotter than the day's searing heat. Behind him, the faint sound of footsteps on sand told him Malik al-Sayed and his band of mercenaries were closing in. Jonathan's gaze fixed on the oasis, its ethereal beauty both a beacon of hope and a harbinger of the impossible choice he faced. Countless days of hardship, of sandstorms and mirages, of ancient temples and whispered secrets had led to this moment. He could almost hear the ghostly voices of lost comrades carried on the desert wind, their sacrifices urging him forward. "Jonathan," Leela's voice cut through the stillness, sharp and steady. She emerged from behind a cluster of palm trees, her intense eyes reflecting the oasis's glow. "We don't have much time. Malik's men are closing in fast." Jonathan nodded, his mind racing. Beside Lila, Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, his usually skeptical demeanor softened by the gravity of the moment. "The inscriptions. They speak of a guardian, a price to pay for immortality," Marcus murmured, gesturing toward the ancient tablet Jonathan had uncovered earlier beneath the oasis. "It's not a gift without cost." Jonathan's thoughts drifted back to the temple chamber where he had deciphered the cryptic warnings etched in glowing script. The ancient guardians, bound by an eternal watch, demanded a sacrifice that transcended mortal understanding. To claim immortality was to forever bind oneself to the desert's endless vigil, a fate more haunting than death itself. A sudden movement shattered his reverie. Malik appeared at the oasis's edge, flanked by his mercenaries, his scarred face twisted with greed and determination. "You've come far, Crane," Malik sneered, "but this power belongs to me. Hand over the relic, and maybe I'll spare your life." Jonathan's heart pounded fiercely as he stepped forward, his voice steady but resolute. "The oasis is not a prize for the greedy. Its secrets are meant to be protected, not exploited." Malik's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden roar he charged. The desert air erupted with the clash of wills as Jonathan and Malik grappled fiercely, sand swirling around them like a living storm. Lila and Marcus moved quickly, fending off the mercenaries and buying Jonathan precious seconds. The fight was brutal and unforgiving. Every strike carried the weight of desperation. Malik's strength was formidable, but Jonathan's endurance and strategic mind kept him a step ahead. Finally, With a decisive maneuver, Jonathan disarmed Moloch, sending the ancient relic tumbling into the sand. Breathing heavily, Jonathan stared down his defeated rival. This ends now. With a profound sense of duty, Jonathan approached the ancient mechanism that controlled the oasis's secret. The inscriptions warned that activating it would forever conceal the oasis's power, destroying the chance for immortality but preserving the world from its corrupting influence. As his fingers brushed the worn stone, memories flooded him, his lost friend, the failures that had haunted him, the hope that had driven him onward. He knew what he must do. A low rumble echoed as the mechanism activated. The oasis's water shimmered and pulsed with light one last time before rippling outward and vanishing beneath the desert sands. The desert returned to silence, the secret once again hidden beneath an endless sea of dunes. Jonathan turned away from the empty basin, a mixture of melancholy and resolute acceptance settling over him. The chase was over, but the journey had changed him forever. "We did the right thing," Lila said softly, joining him. "Some treasures aren't meant to be claimed." Marcus nodded, eyes reflecting the fading moonlight. "Legacy isn't immortality. It's the mark we leave on the world." Jonathan looked up to the vast desert sky, the stars beginning to pierce the twilight veil. Underneath the desert moon, myth and reality blurred, and the true prize, the understanding of sacrifice and legacy, was finally within his grasp. Yet, even as the desert swallowed the secret, Jonathan knew the endless chase continued. The desert was eternal, its mysteries waiting to be uncovered by those willing to brave its unforgiving embrace. And as he prepared to lead his team away from the vanished oasis, one question lingered in his mind. Sharper than any blade, what other secrets did the desert hold beneath its shifting sands? The night air carried a whisper, a promise of new adventures beneath the desert moon. Jonathan Crane's story was far from over. The sun dipped low, a blazing orb melting into the horizon, casting long amber shadows across the sands. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood at the edge of the legendary oasis, his breath caught between disbelief and reverence. The waters before him shimmered with a surreal clarity, reflecting the fiery sky like a mirror to another world. Palm fronds whispered softly in a gentle breeze, their rustling leaves a stark contrast to the oppressive silence that had accompanied their desert journey. Around him, the remnants of his team, Lila Hassan, steadfast and alert, and Dr. Marcus Finch, eyes wide with a mixture of skepticism and wonder, shared the moment, their faces etched with exhaustion and awe. Jonathan's heart pounded, not from exertion, but from the weight of what lay before him. Years of obsession, the relentless chase across unforgiving dunes, the betrayals and sacrifices, all had led to this fragile jewel of life suspended beneath the dying light. He stepped forward, toes sinking into the cool sand, the oasis's edge rippling softly as though breathing beneath the surface. He reached out, fingers trembling, and touched the water. It was cool, real, undeniable. "It's real," Marcus whispered, adjusting his dusty glasses, a tremor of wonder breaking through his usual cynicism. Lila's intense eyes scanned the horizon, her voice steady yet tinged with something deeper. "But we don't have much time. The sun's almost gone." Jonathan nodded, swallowing a lump of emotion. The ancient manuscript had promised immortality to those who could find the oasis before twilight, a promise that had driven him through every hardship. But now, standing here, he felt the fragile threads of that promise unraveling. The sun's descent accelerated, the golden hues bleeding into deeper reds and purples. The oasis began to change, the crisp outlines of the palm trees blurred. The surface of the water shimmered unnaturally, like heat waves rising from the desert floor. Jonathan's breath hitched. "Look," he said, voice tight. "It's starting." They watched in stunned silence as the oasis flickered, colors fading as though the world itself was retracting. The water's surface rippled violently, distorting reflections into twisted images. The lush greenery dissolved into shimmering mirages, the oasis turning ethereal, a spectral vision slipping through their fingers. "No," Leela whispered, a note of desperation creeping in. "Don't let it go," but it was beyond their grasp. The oasis shimmered once more, then vanished entirely, leaving only the barren desert stretching endlessly beneath the twilight sky. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the distant howl of the desert wind. Jonathan sank to his knees, the weight of loss pressing down on him like the desert sun. He had sought immortality, but here, in this moment, he understood the truth. Some treasures were not meant to be held forever. The oasis was a fleeting miracle, a reminder of life's impermanence and the beauty found in accepting that mortality. "It's gone," Marcus said softly, sitting beside him, like a dream fading with the dawn. Leela placed a steadying hand on Jonathan's shoulder. "But not all is lost. What we carry now, our experiences, our memories, the lessons, were immortal in that." Jonathan looked up at the emerging stars, the first pinpricks of light against the indigo sky. The desert moon rose, casting a pale glow over the endless dunes. His mind churned with the sacrifices made, the friends lost, and the choices yet to come. The chase had ended, but the story was far from over. Rising slowly, Jonathan faced his companions. "We leave tonight," he said, voice resolute. "The oasis may be gone, but our journey has changed me. I understand now that immortality isn't about endless life, but the legacy we leave behind." Lila nodded, a faint smile breaking through her fatigue. Marcus adjusted his glasses once more, a newfound respect gleaming in his eyes. As they packed their gear under the watchful eye of the desert moon, Jonathan cast one last glance toward where the oasis had shimmered moments before. The desert whispered in the night breeze, secrets held tight beneath the stars. He felt a quiet peace settle within him, a surrender to the desert's eternal mystery. The oasis was gone, but its lesson was etched forever in the sands of his soul. With steady steps, Jonathan Crane led his team away from the vanishing light, their shadows stretching long and thin behind them, chasing the promise not of immortality, but of meaning. Yet, as they vanished into the night, a faint shimmer flickered at the horizon, an echo of the oasis's magic, a whisper of the endless chase that would forever bind them to the desert's unforgiving embrace. And beneath the desert moon, the story was only beginning. The first light of dawn crept gently over the horizon, bathing the endless dunes in a soft, golden glow. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood silently at the edge of the desert, the cool morning air brushing against his weathered face. The vast expanse of sand stretched endlessly before him, a silent witness to the trials and triumphs of the past weeks. His eyes, sharp and steady, traced the familiar curves of the dunes, now peaceful after the storm of events that had brought him and his team back from the brink. Around him, the desert whispered its ancient secrets in the soft rustle of the morning breeze, a lullaby for the weary and a reminder of the eternal chase that had defined his journey. Behind Jonathan, the small outpost stirred with life. The survivors gathered quietly, their footsteps muted on the dusty ground as they circled around a modest campfire. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on their faces, revealing the weariness etched into their features. Leela Hassan, ever the pragmatic guide, shared a faint smile as she exchanged words with Alina Cruz, whose calm presence had been a balm to the team's battered spirits. Dr. Marcus Finch, usually the voice of skepticism, sat contemplatively, his gaze distant as memories of the desert's illusions mingled with the harsh realities they had endured. The air was heavy with unspoken grief and relief. They had lost comrades, faced betrayals, and confronted the merciless desert, but they had survived. Around the fire, stories were shared in low, reflective tone-tales of courage and sacrifice, of moments when hope had flickered and nearly died. Jonathan listened, his heart heavy yet lightened by the solidarity that bound them. Each voice carried the weight of the journey, a shared testament to the cost and meaning of their quest. Inside a sparse tent, Jonathan settled at a small wooden table, the soft rustle of parchment the only sound accompanying his thoughtful breathing. His journal lay open before him, pages filled with meticulous sketches of ancient symbols, hastily scribbled notes on temple traps, and reflections on the mirages that had haunted his path. The pen moved steadily, capturing not just facts but emotions, the desperation that had driven him, the fear that had nearly consumed him, and the unexpected clarity that had emerged from the chaos. This was more than a record of an expedition. It was a chronicle of transformation. Jonathan's eyes, once filled with relentless ambition, now held a calm resolve. The elusive promise of immortality had given way to a deeper understanding of legacy, the intangible imprint one leaves on the world far beyond physical existence. He thought of the lost oasis, its ethereal beauty fading like a dream at sunset, a powerful symbol of the delicate balance between myth and reality. Outside the tent, the desert seemed to breathe with a quiet dignity, its vastness a reminder of humanity's fleeting presence against the backdrop of time. Jonathan stepped out, the soft sand cool beneath his boots. He found Lila and Marcus engaged in a hushed conversation, their words carrying a cautious optimism about future expeditions, about preserving history rather than exploiting it. Jonathan's gaze softened as he watched them, a subtle smile touching his lips. For the first time in a long while, the weight of his past failures felt less like a burden and more like a foundation for growth. The camp slowly stirred to life as the sun climbed higher, casting warmth and light over the desert's edge. Jonathan knew the road ahead would not be easy. There were scars to heal, relationships to mend, and new purposes to define. But beneath the vast desert moon of his memories and dreams, he had found something far more enduring than immortality. A commitment to honor the mysteries he had uncovered and the legacy he was destined to forge. As the team prepared to depart the outpost, Jonathan took one last look at the dunes shimmering in the morning light. The desert's whispers lingered in his mind, a timeless echo of the endless chase. With steady steps and a heart tempered by loss and hope, he turned toward the future, ready to embrace the journey beyond the horizon. And in that moment, beneath the awakening sky, the desert held its breath, silent, eternal, and full of promise. Jonathan's reflections were interrupted by a soft voice. Leela approached, her intense eyes meeting his with unspoken understanding. "We've been through hell," she said quietly, "but we survived. And that means something." He nodded, the weight of her words settling deep within him. "It does, more than I ever realized." Marcus joined them, adjusting his glasses. Perhaps the greatest discovery wasn't the oasis itself, but what it taught us about ourselves. Jonathan smiled faintly, "A lesson I won't forget." Together they faced the rising sun, the desert stretching before them like an untold story waiting to be written. The past was behind them, the future uncertain, But for the first time, Jonathan felt ready to meet it with an open heart. The oasis might have vanished with the setting sun, but its legacy etched in sand and soul would endure forever. The morning sun crept steadily over the horizon, casting a gentle amber glow across the city that was both familiar and strangely distant to Dr. Jonathan Crane. Standing on the balcony of his modest apartment, he allowed himself a rare moment of stillness. The sprawling metropolis below buzzed with life, cars honking, people hurrying to work, the distant murmur of conversations, but Jonathan's thoughts were far away, anchored in the shifting sands of the desert and the secrets it held. For years, the desert had been both his adversary and his muse. It had claimed friends, tested his limits, and exposed the deepest parts of his soul. Yet now, after the harrowing journey to the lost oasis and the sacrifices made beneath the desert moon, Jonathan found himself at a crossroads. The oasis itself had vanished like a mirage, but its lessons lingered, reshaping his understanding of purpose and legacy. Inside, the apartment was a modest sanctuary, cluttered with relics of past expeditions, ancient pottery shards carefully wrapped in cloth, weathered maps pinned to corkboards, and stacks of notebooks filled with meticulous observations. The air still carried the faint scent of leather and old paper, a comforting reminder of the academic life he had dedicated himself to. Leela Hassan entered quietly, her presence steady and grounding. "Coffee's ready," she said with a small smile, her sun-kissed skin glowing softly in the morning light. Jonathan nodded, grateful for the simplicity of the moment. Soon, Dr. Marcus Finch joined them, adjusting his glasses as he settled at the table, strewn with notes and photographs from the expedition. His skeptical eyes softened as he looked over the evidence they had painstakingly gathered. "You know," Marcus began, "I never thought I'd say this, but there's something undeniably real about the Oasis's legend. The illusion spell, the ancient guardians, it all fits into a narrative that defies conventional history." Jonathan leaned forward, the weight of responsibility clear in his gaze. "It's not just about discovery anymore, Marcus. It's about protection. Some knowledge isn't meant to be exploited or commercialized. We have to be the guardians now." Lila nodded in agreement. "The desert holds its secrets tightly, but it also teaches respect. We owe it that much, at least." Their conversation stretched into the afternoon, plans forming not for another treasure hunt, but for a mission to safeguard cultural heritage sites threatened by looters and neglect. Jonathan felt a spark of purpose reignite, tempered by the humility born of loss and experience. Later, in the quiet solitude of the evening, Jonathan visited a small memorial dedicated to the fallen members of their expedition. The plaque stood beside a cluster of desert flowers, delicate and resilient. He knelt, placing a single blossom atop the stone, his fingers trembling slightly. "We carry you with us," he whispered, eyes moist with unshed tears. "Your sacrifice wasn't in vain." Night settled over the city, wrapping it in a blanket of stars. Back in his study, Jonathan's phone buzzed softly, illuminating a new message. It was a coded transmission from an old contact, a hint at more undiscovered mysteries hidden beneath the desert sands. A slow smile spread across Jonathan's face. The chase was far from over. As the desert moon rose high, its pale light spilling through the window, Jonathan felt a profound sense of peace. He understood now that immortality was not a gift to be seized, but a legacy to be earned. And with that realization, a new dawn was breaking, both outside and within. The endless chase continued, but Jonathan Crane was ready to face it. Not as a lone man haunted by the past, but as a guardian of secrets and a protector of history. The desert night stretched endlessly around the small camp, the stars twinkling faintly above like distant beacons. In a sea of darkness, Dr. Jonathan Crane sat slightly apart from the others, his gaze fixed on the dying embers of the campfire, though his mind was far from the flickering flames. Shadows played across his weathered face, carved deep by years under relentless sun and wind, and his sharp eyes held a distant, haunted quality. The desert whispered secrets in the shifting breeze, but Jonathan's thoughts were consumed by memories that refused to fade, memories of a failed expedition that still clung to him like a stubborn shadow. He could almost see it again, the burning heat, the endless dunes, the suffocating silence broken only by the crunch of boots on sand. The faces of his lost colleagues flickered in his mind's eye, friends and comrades swallowed by the desert's merciless grasp during that ill-fated journey years ago. The guilt was a weight he carried silently, a constant companion on this new quest. It was that guilt and the desperate desire to redeem it that fueled his obsession with the lost oasis. A sudden gust of wind stirred the camp, carrying with it the scent of dry earth and distant rock. Jonathan blinked, his memories shifting like a mirage. He recalled the moment the sandstorm had struck during the previous expedition, how the sky darkened in a matter of minutes, how the team scrambled for cover amidst the howling storm. The chaos, the fear, the piercing silence after the storm passed were etched indelibly in his mind. The present intruded as Lila Hassan approached, her footsteps soft on the sand. She was a steady present, sharp-witted and fiercely loyal, her sun-kissed skin and intense eyes reflecting a life lived intimately with the desert's secrets. She paused beside him, her gaze steady in the firelight. "You're not alone in this," she said quietly, breaking the silence. "But you carry a burden heavier than most." Jonathan's jaw tightened. "It's not something I can just set aside, Lila, that failure. It defines me in ways I can't escape." She shook her head gently. "It shaped you, yes, but it doesn't have to control you. You have to face it, not run from it." He looked up, meeting her gaze, the vulnerability in his eyes betraying the stoic facade he often wore. "Sometimes I wonder if chasing this oasis is just another way to outrun that past." Lila's expression softened, understanding the complexity beneath his drive. "Maybe, but maybe it's also about finding peace." Nearby, Marcus Finch sat cross-legged by a small lantern, his bespectacled face illuminated by its warm glow. The older historian was a man of logic and skepticism, often challenging Jonathan's faith in ancient legends. Tonight, however, his voice was quieter, almost reflective. "Jonathan," Marcus began, "there's a fine line between myth and reality. Sometimes the stories we chase are more about what we need to believe than what truly exists." Jonathan nodded slowly. "And sometimes those stories hold truths that science can't yet explain." The exchange underscored the tension that had long simmered between them, the conflict between faith in legend and the demand for empirical proof. Yet, in the vastness of the desert night, that line felt blurred, as if the very air around them shimmered with possibility. Suddenly, the wind picked up again, a low whistle rising through the camp as a sandstorm brewed on the horizon. The team moved quickly, securing their gear and preparing for the onslaught. Jonathan's heart pounded, not just from the approaching storm, but from the swirling tempest within himself. As the first grains of sand whipped through the air, Jonathan allowed himself a fleeting moment to confront the ghosts of his past. He saw the faces of those he had lost, felt the sting of their absence, but also recognized the strength their memory gave him. This quest was more than a race against time, it was a journey toward redemption. The storm descended with fury, the world reduced to a blur of swirling sand and howling wind. In the shelter of a narrow canyon, the team huddled together, the harsh elements pressing in from all sides. Yet within that crucible, something remarkable occurred, a bond forged in shared struggle and honesty. Jonathan's confession, his willingness to reveal his scars, allowed others to see him not just as a leader, but as a man grappling with profound loss and hope. When the storm finally passed, the desert lay transformed, dusted with fresh sands, the sky clearing to reveal a canopy of stars. The team emerged, tired but unbroken, their resolve steeled. Jonathan's gaze swept the horizon, the elusive shape of the lost oasis, still a distant dream shimmering just beyond reach. He turned to his companions, the weight of his past now a source of strength rather than chains. "We move forward," he said, voice steady. Together, the desert night held its breath, the whispers of the mirage fading into silence as the expedition pressed onward, driven by the hope that some secrets were worth the cost. But beneath the quiet, an unspoken question lingered. Would Jonathan's haunted past prove to be his undoing, or the key to unlocking the oasis's ultimate truth? As the camp settled once more, the desert moon cast long shadows across the dunes, a silent witness to the endless chase that lay ahead. The desert sun dipped low, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the sands as Malik al-Sayed settled into the corner of his tent. The flickering light of a battered lantern danced over the worn manuscripts and maps scattered before him, each page a testament to secrets long buried beneath the desert's unforgiving dunes. His scarred hands traced the faded ink of ancient writings, but his eyes were fixed not on the knowledge they contained, but on the bitterness that churned inside him. Malik's breath was slow, measured yet beneath the calm exterior. A tempest raged. The weight of betrayal pressed heavy against his chest, a memory as vivid as the desert heat. This was no ordinary mercenary driven by greed alone. This was a man whose fall from grace had shattered everything he once believed in. A sudden movement outside pulled his attention. Omar, his ruthless enforcer, stood guard, the cold glint in his eyes a stark contrast to the flickering flame inside the tent. Malik nodded to him, the silent command unmistakable. Every moment here was a calculated step closer to the lost oasis, the prize that promised power and redemption. But to understand Malik, one had to unravel the layers of his past, peeling back the scars of a life once devoted to scholarship and honor. Years ago, Malik was a man of promise, a respected academic, his name whispered in the halls of universities for his brilliant mind and unyielding dedication to uncovering history's truths. His zeal for discovery was matched only by his pride in his heritage and the knowledge that his work could change how the world saw the ancient civilizations of the desert. Yet, ambition can be a double-edged sword. Malik's relentless pursuit of a controversial theory regarding the lost oasis drew ire and suspicion from his peers. Accusations of falsifying evidence and unethical conduct surfaced, fueled by rivals threatened by his rising fame. The academic community, once a sanctuary, became a battleground. The day of his expulsion was etched in Malik's memory with crystalline clarity. The cold stone corridors of the university echoed with whispered condemnations. Colleagues he once called friends turned their backs, their eyes cold with judgment. The weight of disgrace crushed him, and with it, the dreams head nurtured since youth. Bitter and broken, Malik's descent into the mercenary underworld was swift and unrelenting. His intellect and knowledge made him a valuable asset to those who sought power through less honorable means. Greed and vengeance became the fuel that drove him, transforming the once brilliant scholar into a shadowy figure commanding a band of mercenaries, all bent on seizing the oasis's power for themselves. This transformation was not without pain. Behind the scars and the ruthless exterior lay a man haunted by loss, driven by a desperate need to prove that he was more than the sum of his failures. Tonight, as the desert wind whispered secrets through the tent flaps, Malik confronted Rashid, the local informant whose loyalty was as shifting as the dunes themselves. The tension between them was palpable, words sharp and measured. "You bring me news, Rashid." Malik's voice was low, edged with impatience. Rashid's eyes flickered with caution. "The desert moves differently now. Your rivals are restless. They seek to claim what you pursue." Malik's jaw tightened, a flicker of vulnerability flashing beneath his hardened gaze. "They do not understand what is at stake. They only see power." "And what do you see, Malik?" Rashid pressed, stepping closer, his voice almost a whisper against the desert's night chorus. For a heartbeat, Malik's mask slipped. The man beneath the mercenary's facade was revealed, a man burdened by betrayal, haunted by the ghosts of a life that might have been. "I see a chance to rewrite my story," Malik confessed, voice rough but resolute, "to claim what was stolen from me." The moment passed as quickly as it had come. Malik straightened, reclaiming the mantle of command. "Prepare the men. At dawn we move." Outside, the desert night stretched endless and mysterious, a silent witness to the man's relentless pursuit. Malik's past was no mere backstory, was the crucible that forged his present. His ruthless tactics and unyielding ambition were born of a deep-seated need for redemption and recognition. As the lost oasis beckoned, so too did the promise of a final reckoning. And somewhere beneath the stars, the desert whispered its eternal secrets, waiting for the next chapter in this endless chase. Yet, as Malik prepared for the coming confrontation with Jonathan Crane and his team, the lines between enemy and victim blurred. This was not simply a battle for power. It was a collision of broken dreams and desperate hopes, each man fighting not just for the oasis, but for the salvation of his own soul. The night deepened, and Malik's shadow stretched long across the sands. Tomorrow would bring fire and fury, but tonight the desert held its breath. The story of Malik al-Sayed was far from over, and in the heart of the desert, the past and present were poised to collide with devastating consequences. As dawn approached, the mercenary leader's resolve hardened. He was no longer the fallen scholar of yesterday, but a man reborn in the crucible of ambition and pain. The oasis awaited, and Malik would stop at nothing to claim his destiny. But fate, like the desert sands, was ever shifting, and the ultimate price of Malik's quest remained to be seen. With the first light of morning painting the horizon, Malik whispered to himself, "This time I will not fail." The desert wind carried his vow into the vastness, a promise etched in sand and shadow, heralding the storm that was to come. The desert sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the cracked earth as the expedition made camp near a cluster of ancient ruins. The air was dry and still, save for the faint whisper of wind brushing over the dunes. Leela Hassan sat apart from the others, her knees drawn close as she carefully opened an old leather-bound journal handed down through her family. The cover was cracked with age, its surface worn smooth from generations of touch. As her fingers traced the delicate, faded symbols embossed on the pages, a soft sigh escaped her lips, a mixture of reverence and the weight of memory. Jonathan approached quietly, his sharp eyes softened by curiosity. "That looks like something precious," he observed gently. Lila looked up, meeting his gaze with an intensity that belied her calm exterior. "It is," she replied. This journal holds the stories of my ancestors, the guardians of the oasis." Jonathan nodded, settling beside her. "I've heard whispers, but never the full truth." Taking a deep breath, Lila began to unravel the tapestry of her heritage. She spoke of a lineage bound by duty to protect the oasis's sacred power, passed down through oral tradition and secret rites. The journal contained ancient customs, warnings, and a prophecy that spoke of a time when outsiders would seek the oasis's gift, threatening its delicate balance. As she recounted the stories by the flickering campfire, the team gathered closer, drawn in by the cadence of her voice and the gravity of her revelations. Dr. Marcus Finch, ever the skeptic, leaned forward, his usual cynicism tempered by the tangible passion in her words. "The oasis is more than a place," Leela explained. "It's a living legacy. Our people believe it holds the spirit of the desert itself. To protect it, we must understand not only its history but the responsibilities it demands." Jonathan felt a stirring within him, a renewed purpose that transcended his earlier ambition. The relentless pursuit of immortality now seemed entwined with the preservation of something far greater, a heritage that had endured millennia. Night deepened, and the desert sky unfurled its tapestry of stars. Lila stood alone at the edge of camp, the cool breeze catching her hair as she gazed toward the horizon. In the quiet solitude, she embraced the burden of her lineage and the resolve to see the expedition through with honor and respect. Jonathan approached again, the soft crunch of sand beneath his boots breaking the silence. "Thank you for sharing this, Lila. It changes everything." She smiled faintly, eyes reflecting both the flickering firelight and the vastness of the desert night. "We're part of something bigger now. Whatever lies ahead, we carry the legacy of those who came before us." Together, they looked up at the desert moon rising pale and luminous, a silent witness to the unfolding saga. The path forward was uncertain, but their bond was strengthened by shared understanding, testament to the enduring spirit beneath the desert moon. As the camp settled under the stars, the oasis's mysteries beckoned still. Its secrets guarded not just by ancient spells, but by the hearts and histories of those who dared to seek it. The chase was far from over, but with every revelation, the expedition drew closer to truths that would redefine their journey and themselves. The desert night hummed with possibility, and Leela's legacy breathed anew into the sand's unyielding flame against the encroaching darkness, guiding them onward into the unknown. The desert night stretched endlessly above the camp, a vast tapestry of stars shimmering coldly against the ink-black sky. Around the flickering campfire, the shadows danced on weathered faces, casting shapes as fleeting and elusive as the oasis they pursued. Dr. Marcus Finch sat slightly apart from the others, his bespectacled eyes reflecting the firelight, a restless energy simmering beneath his usually composed exterior. Jonathan Crane approached, carrying a small leather satchel filled with fragments recovered from the ancient temple they had explored earlier that day. Leela Hassan followed close behind, her keen eyes bright with a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. The air was thick with the scent of sand, smoke, and the quiet tension of minds grappling with the unknown. "Marcus," Jonathan began, his voice low but insistent. "I know you've been skeptical about all this, the oasis, the legends, the illusions, but you saw what we found in the temple. Those inscriptions, the traps, the mechanism that controls the vanishing. This isn't just myth." Marcus adjusted his glasses and let out a breath, his gaze drifting upward toward the stars. "I've spent my life dismantling myths, Jonathan. Legends are stories told to make sense of the world when facts fall short. But what we've uncovered, it's challenging everything I believed." Leela stepped forward, her voice steady and calm. Sometimes, understanding the desert means accepting there are things beyond our grasp. Forces ancient and powerful. We've seen illusions that deceive the eyes and traps that test the soul. It's a different kind of reality. Marcus nodded slowly, the lines on his forehead deepening. I have to admit, the evidence is undeniable. The temple's architecture, the inscriptions, they point to knowledge far beyond what we assumed. But it's more than that. There's a feeling, a presence here, that science struggles to explain. Jonathan took a seat beside him, the firelight casting a warm glow over his determined features. You're not alone. I fought against believing at first, but the desert demands respect and sometimes belief. It's not about abandoning reason, but expanding it. The night deepened, and the camp fell into a contemplative silence, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire and the distant whisper of the wind over the dunes. Marcus carefully unwrapped a parchment from the satchel, a fragment of ancient text adorned with symbols that seemed to pulse with a strange energy in the torchlight. Look at this, Marcus said, tracing the symbols with a tentative finger. These aren't just decorative. They describe the oasis's vanishing as a protective spell, a safeguard against those who would exploit its power. It's both science and sorcery intertwined. Leela leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. Our ancestors understood the desert's secrets in ways we're just beginning to grasp. This is a legacy of knowledge, not superstition. Marcus's eyes reflected a new reverence, his previous cynicism giving way to a fragile hope. Maybe there's a place for both worlds, the empirical and the mystical. Maybe the desert is teaching me that some truths lie beyond proof. Jonathan smiled, a rare softness touching his rugged features. That's all I've tried to say. We're chasing more than immortality. We're chasing understanding. And sometimes that means opening your mind to possibilities that don't fit neatly into a textbook. As the fire dwindled to embers, the team settled into uneasy rest beneath the vast expanse of the desert sky. Marcus lay back, staring upward, his mind racing with thoughts that blurred the lines between myth and reality. For the first time in years, he felt the stirring of belief, cautious but profound. Yet even as his heart softened, a shadow of doubt lingered. Could he fully embrace this new worldview without losing himself? Or was the desert's magic a dangerous temptation, threatening to unravel the very foundations of his identity? The night whispered its secrets, and the endless chase continued beneath the desert moon, where science met legend and every step forward was a step into the unknown. Morning crept slowly over the horizon, painting the dunes in shades of gold and crimson. Marcus rose from his makeshift bed, the cool desert air stirring a quiet resolve within him. He joined Jonathan and Lila, who were already poring over the latest findings. I've been thinking, Marcus began, his voice steady but laced with new conviction. We can't afford to dismiss the supernatural elements anymore. They're part of the oasis's truth, and part of what makes this journey so vital. Leela nodded approvingly. It's about respect, Marcus. Respect for the desert, its history, and its guardians. Jonathan clapped him on the shoulder. Welcome to the team, fully. Your mind and heart together will be our greatest strength. Together, they prepared to press onward, the desert's endless mysteries still waiting just beyond the next dune. Marcus's skepticism had not vanished entirely, but it had evolved, tempered by experience and a newfound openness. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, he was ready to walk it with faith in both science and the unseen. As they moved forward, the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows behind them. shadows that stretched like the past itself, reminding them all that belief was not a surrender, but a new kind of courage. The desert held its breath, and the chase surged ever onward. The oasis awaited, shimmering just beyond the horizon, a beacon of hope and enigma under the desert moon. The chapter closed on a moment of quiet transformation, a scientist's journey from doubt to wonder, and a team strengthened by the blending of knowledge and faith. The desert story was far from over, and as Marcus's eyes met Jonathan's, there was an unspoken promise. Together, they would face whatever mysteries the sands still concealed. But just as certainty grew, so too did the whisper of new dangers lurking in the shifting dunes, and Moloch's shadow remained, a reminder that the endless chase was far from finished. "We're not done yet," Jonathan murmured, eyes fixed on the horizon where myth and reality intertwined beneath the desert moon. And with that, they stepped into the unknown once more. The desert stretched out endlessly before them, a vast expanse of scorching sand and jagged rocks that seemed to breathe with its own ancient rhythm. The sun beat down mercilessly, casting harsh shadows that danced and flickered in the shimmering heat. Dr. Jonathan Crane led the expedition with a steady eye, his sharp gaze scanning the horizon for both signs of the lost oasis and the lurking threats that had dogged them since the journey began. Leela Hassan walked beside him, her every step deliberate and sure, feet deftly avoiding the more treacherous patches of sand. Her knowledge of the desert was unmatched, but even she wore a trace of weariness beneath her intense eyes. Behind them, Marcus Finch adjusted his dusty glasses, his skeptical frown deepening as the sun climbed higher. "We need to keep moving," Jonathan said firmly, stopping to consult the ancient map in his hands. "We're running out of daylight, and the terrain ahead is the most unforgiving yet." "Unforgiving is putting it mildly," Leela replied, her voice low and cautious. "There are hidden traps, sand pits, and quicksands that even seasoned trackers can't always detect." Marcus, wiping sweat from his brow, muttered, "I'm beginning to think that myth and reality are more intertwined here than I ever imagined." The team pressed onward, but the desert was relentless. Suddenly, the ground beneath Marcus shifted alarmingly. He barely had time to cry out before the sand gave way, swallowing his foot in a hidden pit. Panic surged through the group. "Marcus, hold on!" Jonathan shouted, lunging forward as Leela grabbed a sturdy branch nearby. With a coordinated effort, they pulled Marcus free, his face pale but alive. The near catastrophe sent a shiver through them, all a brutal reminder of the desert's treachery. "That was too close," Elena Cruz said, checking Marcus for injuries as she always did with calm precision. As they resumed their march, the strain within the group became palpable. Jonathan and Lila debated fiercely over the best path forward. Jonathan's determination to press on was met by Lila's caution, born of experience. "We can't afford a wrong turn," Lila insisted, eyes flashing. "One misstep here could mean death." "We don't have the luxury of time," Jonathan shot back. "Every minute counts if we're to reach the oasis before sunset." The argument escalated, voices raised against the constant whisper of the wind. Marcus and Elena exchanged uneasy glances. Cracks were forming, not just in the desert floor, but in the team's unity. As dusk approached, a sudden volley of gunfire shattered the fragile calm. Malik el-Sayed's mercenaries emerged from behind rocky outcrops, their intent clear and deadly. Sand and smoke mingled as Jonathan's team scrambled for cover. "Stay close, return fire," Jonathan commanded, his leadership cutting through the chaos. The firefight was brutal but brief. Jonathan's strategic mind and the team's cohesion under pressure turned the tide. When the last shots faded, the desert fell silent once more. Around a flickering campfire, the team gathered, faces etched with exhaustion and the stark reality of their predicament. The desert shadows stretched long, the stars piercing the darkening sky. Jonathan met Leela's steady gaze, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Despite the fractures and fears, their resolve remained unbroken. The desert had tested them, but it had not yet claimed their spirit. "We're not done yet," Jonathan murmured, voice rough but resolute, not by a long shot. The desert whispered around them, ancient and eternal, as the team braced themselves for the trials yet to come. Beneath the endless sky, shadows danced and secrets waited, hiding in the sands that stretched beyond the horizon. And somewhere in that vastness lay the lost oasis, elusive, mysterious, and more dangerous than any of them had imagined. The chase was far from over. The mercenary camp simmered under the blistering desert sun, an unforgiving furnace that seemed to magnify every whispered doubt and simmering resentment. Malik al-Sayed stood at the center of the encampment, his muscular frame rigid with barely contained fury, his dark eyes flashing beneath thick brows. Around him, the mercenaries he had led with iron discipline for months shifted uneasily, their loyalty fraying like the worn fabric of their desert coats. Omar stepped forward, his scarred face unreadable but his voice cutting through the oppressive heat like a whip. "We cannot follow a path that leads only to ruin, Malik. Your obsession blinds you, and it will cost us all our lives." The words hit Malik like a sandstorm, blinding and suffocating. He clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening beneath the coarse leather gloves. "You forget who brought you through the fiercest dunes, who fought beside you when others fled. I am the only one who can lead us to the oasis and to power beyond your wildest dreams." A murmur rippled through the group, a tide of doubt swelling beneath the surface. Several mercenaries shifted their weight, glancing at each other with unspoken questions. The desert was ruthless. Survival depended on strength and unity. Yet here, in the heart of the wasteland, that unity was cracking. Leela Hassan crouched behind a cluster of jagged rocks at the edge of the camp, her keen eyes taking in every detail. The betrayal she sensed rippled through her like a sudden chill despite the searing heat. Her breath was shallow, heart pounding as she weighed the implications. Malik's grip, loosening, could be the key to tipping the scales, but it also meant chaos, and chaos in the desert was deadly. She shifted her gaze to the horizon where the sun burned low, the sky awash of molten gold and blood-red streaks. Time was slipping away, the oasis still distant, shimmering like a mirage born of desperation and hope. Meanwhile, Jonathan Crane approached cautiously, the dust swirling around his boots, marking his determined advance. The memories of past failures pressed on him, but so did the promise of redemption. Hearing the distant raised voices, the tension thick in the air, he knew this fracture could turn the tide. Jonathan's sharp eyes scanned the camp, noting the division, the subtle glances of defiance exchanged between Omar and his followers. His mind raced, formulating a plan that could exploit Malik's weakened position without further bloodshed. He had learned the hard way that brute force was not always the answer. Sometimes survival demanded cunning and patience. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, shadows lengthened and merged, swallowing the camp in gloom. Malik retreated to the edge of the desert, standing alone beneath the vast expanse of stars. The pale light of the desert moon cast his scarred face in stark relief, revealing the cracks beneath his hardened exterior. He was a man torn between the ruthless ambition that had fueled his rise and the bitter taste of betrayal that now gnawed at his soul. The desert's cold silence pressed in around him, a judge indifferent to human struggle. For the first time, Malik confronted the cost of his obsession. Could he find redemption in this moment of weakness, or would his desperation drive him to darker depths? The mercenaries' mutiny had altered the landscape of the pursuit, and the endless chase beneath the desert moon was far from over. The fragile balance of power had shifted, and with it, the fate of the lost oasis and all who sought its elusive promise. The sun hung low, a molten orb, bleeding its last golden light across the endless sea of sand. Jonathan Crane wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes fixed on the subtle irregularity in the dune before him. To the untrained eye, it might have looked like a mere disturbance caused by shifting sands, but Jonathan knew better. The ancient manuscript had alluded to a hidden passage, one concealed beneath the desert's deceptive surface. Now, standing at this very spot, he could feel the pulse of history beneath his feet. "It's here," Jonathan whispered, his voice barely audible over the soft whisper of the desert wind. Beside him, Lila Hassan crouched, scanning the terrain with practiced eyes. "I can sense it too," she said, her tone a mix of reverence and caution. Marcus Finch, adjusting his spectacles, peered over her shoulder, skepticism still etched faintly across his features. The team worked swiftly but carefully, their hands brushing away layers of sand to reveal the outline of a stone structure. Soon, a narrow fissure emerged, yawning open like a secret mouth waiting to reveal its story. Jonathan's heart pounded as he grasped the edge of the opening, peering into the cool darkness beyond. "A stairway," Lila breathed, producing her torch and lighting it, the flame casting flickering shadows against the rough stone walls. Jonathan descended first, each step echoing softly in the silence, a sacred hush that enveloped them as they ventured deeper beneath the desert. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint scent of ancient earth and forgotten time. At the bottom, the passage opened into a cavernous chamber that stole the breath from Jonathan's lungs. Before them stretched walls covered with murals, their colors remarkably preserved beneath layers of dust and sand. Vivid blues and fiery reds danced alongside golds and deep blacks, illustrating scenes of celestial bodies swirling above figures engaged in enigmatic rituals. This is extraordinary," Marcus murmured, his usual cynicism replaced by sheer wonder. "These murals look at the detail. They depict the stars, the sun, the moon, even the oasis itself, surrounded by what appears to be a protective circle." Jonathan ran his fingers lightly over the cool stone, tracing the outlines of a figure that seemed to reach toward a radiant orb. Could this be the source of the immortality? He wondered aloud. A ritual, a blessing, or perhaps a warning. Lila moved to a nearby wall, her expression tightening as she studied an inscription carved in an ancient dialect. "This language, it's related to my people's ancestors," she said slowly. "My grandmother spoke of a sacred bond to this place, a legacy kept secret for generations." Her revelation sent a ripple of silence through the group. The oasis was no longer just a myth or a prize. It was woven into the very fabric of Lila's heritage, a lineage of guardianship and responsibility. Suddenly, a distant sound shattered the fragile calm. Footsteps, harsh and deliberate, echoed faintly from above. Jonathan's gaze snapped to the entrance, where dust swirled in the dying light. Malik al-Sayed's familiar silhouette appeared, flanked by mercenaries, their intent unmistakable. "They've found us," Jonathan muttered, urgency tightening his voice. "We have what we came for, but we're not safe yet." Lila tightened her grip on her weapon, eyes flashing with fierce determination. Marcus adjusted his glasses, steeling himself for the confrontation. Jonathan took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle heavily on his shoulders. Beneath the desert sky, The ancient secrets of the oasis beckoned, but so too did the shadow of conflict. The chase was far from over, and the sands still held many mysteries, some beautiful, others deadly. As the first stars emerged, shimmering faintly above the dunes, Jonathan knew that what lay beneath the sands was not just history, was the key to a destiny that would test every ounce of courage and resolve within him. The desert whispered its secrets, but only those willing to face its trials could hope to hear the truth. And the truth, Jonathan realized, was still buried deep beneath the shifting sands, waiting to be uncovered. The desert air hung heavy with the scent of dust and heat as the late afternoon sun cast fading gold across the endless dunes. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood motionless on the crest of a rocky ridge, the ancient glyphs etched into the stone beneath his fingertips, whispering secrets older than any living memory. Before him, the desert split into two paths, each promising both peril and hope. His breath came steady but measured. This was the crossroads fate had brought him, to a moment where everything hinged on the choices he was about to make. Around him, the remnants of his team gathered, their faces etched with exhaustion and the raw edge of fear. Leela Hassan's intense eyes flickered with a mix of worry and unwavering loyalty, while Dr. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, his usually skeptical demeanor softened by the gravity of their situation. They all knew what was at stake: the lost oasis, that shimmering mirage of immortality, shimmering just beyond reach, but cloaked in layers of myth and danger. Jonathan Lila began, her voice low but firm. "We can't afford to rush blindly. Moloch's mercenaries are closing in fast. Every moment counts, but so does caution." Jonathan nodded, the weight of leadership pressing down on his shoulders. "I know, but this isn't just about survival anymore. It's about what we do once we reach the oasis, if we even get that far." Marcus stepped forward, voice edged with his usual pragmatism. "We've seen the illusions, the traps. The oasis isn't just a place, it's a test, a crucible of sorts. Our decisions now carry consequences beyond our understanding." The team's murmurs fell silent as a distant, ragged shout echoed faintly on the wind. Moloch's presence was no longer a shadow but a looming threat, a predator circling with deadly intent. Jonathan's gaze hardened. He had chased this dream across the desert, driven by guilt and ambition, haunted by the ghosts of a failed expedition. Now, faced with the ultimate choice, he felt the full weight of his inner conflict. The sun dipped lower, the sky bleeding into hues of crimson and violet, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the sand. Jonathan turned back to the ancient map sprawled across a makeshift table, tracing the faded lines that marked the oasis's location. It was real, more real than he had dared hope, but vulnerable, ephemeral, and fiercely guarded by forces both natural and supernatural. "We can push forward," Jonathan said quietly, "and claim its power. Or we can protect its secret, keep it safe from those who would destroy it for greed." Lila's eyes searched his face, reading the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. "You're thinking of Malik." Jonathan exhaled deeply. "He's a man who would sell his soul for control. If he reaches the oasis, its power will be twisted, corrupted. I can't let that happen, not again." Marcus nodded slowly. "Then the question becomes, what are we willing to sacrifice? Our ambitions, our lives?" Outside, the wind began to rise, carrying with it the first whispers of an approaching storm. The desert seemed to hold its breath, the very air thick with portent. Jonathan's mind raced through the memories of fallen comrades, of past failures, and the faces of those who had believed in him. This was more than an expedition. This was redemption. Suddenly, a fierce sandstorm roared to life. The howling wind battering the rocky outcrop where the team had taken shelter. Dust and grit stung their eyes, the desert's fury mirroring the chaos raging within Jonathan. The storm's relentless assault forced them to cling together, each member a vital thread in the fragile tapestry of survival. In the dim, swirling haze, Jonathan's resolve crystallized. The oasis was not merely a prize, but a sacred trust. He would not let it fall into the hands of greed and corruption, even if it meant forsaking his deepest desire for immortality. When the storm finally subsided, the night sky stretched vast and clear, illuminated by the pale light of the desert moon. Jonathan stepped out into the quiet stillness, the cool night air a balm to his weary spirit. The dunes beneath him glistened like waves of silver, endless and eternal. He closed his eyes, feeling the desert's pulse beneath his feet, the ancient rhythms that had guided explorers and dreamers for centuries. This moment, beneath the desert moon, was a crossroads not just of geography but of soul. "We move at dawn," he said softly to himself, "and whatever comes, we face it together." As the moon climbed higher, casting its ethereal glow across the sands, Jonathan understood that the true journey was only just beginning. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but it was also illuminated by hope, sacrifice, and the possibility of redemption. And in the silence of the desert night, the boundary between myth and reality shimmered like a mirage, forever elusive, forever calling. The crossroads of fate had been reached. Now, the choice would define everything. The first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the dunes in soft hues of pink and gold. Jonathan gathered his team, their faces etched with a mixture of determination and fatigue. Leela's steady gaze met his, a silent question hanging between them. "We've come this far," Jonathan said, voice steady. "No matter what happens, we protect the oasis's secret. Our legacy isn't just survival, it's what we choose to leave behind." Marcus adjusted his pack, a rare smile breaking through his usual skepticism. "For once, I agree. Some legends are worth preserving rather than exploiting." As the team set out toward the shimmering horizon, the desert seemed to hold its breath, the endless chase nearing its pivotal moment. Behind them, the shadows of their pasts lingered, but ahead, the promise of a new dawn beckoned. Jonathan's heart beat with a fierce hope. The crossroads had not broken him. Instead, it had forged a new path, one defined by courage, sacrifice, and the enduring power of hope. And beneath the vast desert sky, the journey toward redemption marched onward, step by determined step. The desert sun hammered down with a merciless intensity, casting long, wavering shadows that danced like ghosts across the dunes. Dr. Jonathan Crane's boots sank deep into the hot sand with each weary step. A rhythmic thud swallowed by the vast silence that stretched endlessly around him. The air shimmered with heat, distorting the world into a wavering mirage that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Somewhere in that blurred horizon, the lost oasis waited, or so he hoped. He paused, breathing ragged and shallow, sweat soaking through the fabric of his shirt, stinging his eyes. Through the haze, a figure shimmered in the distant slush palms, swaying, water sparkling under the sun's fierce gaze. His heart surged. The oasis was real. It had to be. Desperation and hope warred within him as he staggered forward, each step a battle against the scorching desert and his own faltering resolve. But the desert was a cruel trickster. As Jonathan drew closer, the vivid tableau before him began to ripple and blur, palms wavering like flames in the wind, water turning to sand before his eyes. The birdsong faded into silence, replaced by the ominous whisper of the wind his breath caught in his throat as the paradise dissolved into a cruel mirage, leaving only the barren desert stretching endlessly once more. He sank to his knees, the weight of exhaustion and despair crashing down upon him. Memories of past failures, the ghosts of companions lost to the desert's merciless grip, surged up, unbidden. Was this vision a promise or a punishment? Was the oasis ever truly there, or had it always been a phantom, a myth spun from the desert's shifting sands? A shadow fell across him. Jonathan looked up to see Lila Hassan and Dr. Marcus Finch approaching, concern etched deeply into their faces. Lila's hand steadied his shoulder, her touch warm and grounding. "Jonathan, you're losing yourself," she said softly but firmly. "This place plays tricks on the mind. You have to hold on." Marcus adjusted his glasses, eyes sharp behind the dusty lenses. The desert's mirages are more than optical illusions. They prey on our deepest desires and fears. We must not let them break our will. Jonathan swallowed hard, struggling to shake the mirage's seductive hold. Around them, the shimmering heat distorted the landscape, threatening to swallow them whole in a world of illusions. But with Lila's steady presence and Marcus's rational voice anchoring him, he found a fragile foothold in reality. "Tell me what's real," he whispered, voice cracked but resolute. "The sand beneath your feet, the weight of your pack." "Our breaths, ragged and true," Lila replied. He closed his eyes briefly, drawing strength from the tangible sensations that tethered him to the moment. When he opened them again, the mirage had faded, leaving the desert's harsh truth in stark relief. But their respite was short-lived. Far across the dunes came the faint, sharp sound of shouting Moloch Al-Sayed's voice, carrying the menace of a predator closing in. The enemy was nearer than they had feared. Jonathan rose to his full height, muscles aching, eyes blazing with renewed determination. The oasis was close now, its secret within reach, but time was slipping away like grains of sand through a clenched fist. The desert wind picked up, swirling sand around them in a chaotic dance. The shadows lengthened as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the sky painted in fiery hues of orange and crimson. The last mirage was behind them. Ahead, the final chase beckoned under the deepening desert moon. Jonathan took a deep breath, heart pounding not just from exertion but from the weight of what lay ahead. The line between myth and reality blurred beneath the desert moon, and only those who could see beyond illusion would survive. "We move now," he said, voice steady despite the storm of doubt swirling inside him. Lila nodded, her eyes fierce. Marcus gathered his notes, ready to face the unknown with reason as their shield. Together they stepped forward into the fading light, chasing a dream that might be their salvation or their undoing. The desert held its breath, watching, and the last mirage waited to be unveiled. The narrow passageway groaned beneath their careful footsteps as Dr. Jonathan Crane led his team deeper into the ancient temple's core. Flickering torchlight cast elongated shadows against walls etched with hieroglyphs and cryptic symbols, their meanings obscured by time but no less potent for their mystery. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of dust and ancient stone, carrying whispers of civilizations long vanished beneath the relentless desert sands. Jonathan's breath caught slightly as they entered a vast subterranean chamber, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into darkness above. The walls were alive with intricate murals, celestial bodies orbiting in endless cycles, intertwined serpents coiling around sun and moon, and figures caught in eternal dance between life and death. The artwork was unlike anything Jonathan had seen, transcending mere decoration to evoke a profound philosophy etched in pigment and stone. "Look at this," Lila whispered, her voice reverent as she knelt beside a stone pedestal carved with cryptic glyphs, gently brushing centuries of sand away. Her fingers traced the delicate lines that seemed to pulse faintly beneath her touch, as if the temple itself still breathed with ancient life. Marcus Finch adjusted his spectacles, peering closely at the inscriptions. These symbols, they speak of cycles, of time, not as a linear path, but as a spiral endings folding into beginnings. It challenges our fundamental understanding of history and mortality. Jonathan moved closer to a mural depicting human figures emerging from the earth and returning to it in a seamless loop. Their faces were serene, almost accepting, illuminated by a spectral glow that seemed to transcend the physical realm. It's as if they understood immortality not as endless life, but as part of a greater cycle, a legacy beyond the flesh. Leela's eyes met Jonathan's, the flickering torchlight reflecting the intensity of her gaze. Perhaps this oasis isn't about escaping death, but embracing what comes after. Marcus frowned, skepticism tightening his features. Or we're reading too much into faded paint. These could be ritualistic motifs with no bearing on reality. We must remain cautious. The tension in the chamber was palpable. A clash between scientific rigor and the mystical resonance that seemed to pulse from the temple walls. Yet beneath the debate, a shared sense of wonder bound them, a recognition that they stood on the precipice of revelation. As they ventured further, the temple's corridors twisted and turned, revealing chambers filled with artifacts and inscriptions that hinted at ancient knowledge lost to the ages. Jonathan's mind raced, piecing together fragments of a puzzle that challenged everything he believed. The oasis, it seemed, was not merely a physical place, but a locus of profound cosmic significance. Suddenly, Leela's hand paused over a panel depicting a figure offering a glowing orb to a celestial entity. This must represent the transfer of power or knowledge, she speculated, a pact between mortals and the divine. Jonathan nodded solemnly, and it may explain why the oasis vanishes at sunset, a protective veil woven by those who came before. Marcus's voice dropped to a whisper. If we disturb this balance, what then? The question hung in the stale air, heavy with consequence. Jonathan's resolve hardened. They had come too far to turn back now. But the temple demanded respect, its secrets guarded by riddles and shadows. As the team prepared to descend into the temple's deepest chamber, a distant rumble echoed faintly through the stone corridors. Sand shifted outside, the desert's eternal watch unyielding and indifferent. Jonathan glanced at Leela and Marcus, their faces etched with determination and uncertainty. Whatever awaits us below, he said, we face it together. The descent into darkness was not just a physical journey, but a passage into the unknown depths of time and soul, beneath the desert's unforgiving sun and the veil of ancient stone. The true nature of their quest awaited where myth and reality intertwined, and the price of immortality revealed itself in shadows and light. The chamber swallowed them whole, the air growing cooler, the silence deeper. In the heart of the temple, secrets older than memory beckoned, a final test of courage, wisdom, and the fragile thread that binds life to legacy. Jonathan's hand brushed against the cold stone wall, feeling the pulse of history beneath his fingertips. We are not just explorers, he murmured, but witnesses to a truth that could change everything. Outside, the desert wind whispered against the ancient stones, carrying promises and warnings. Underneath the desert moon, the endless chase for immortality was far from over. And with that, the shadows deepened, the temple's mysteries awaiting their unveiling. The desert stretched endlessly beneath the blazing sun, its unforgiving heat pressing down on Dr. Jonathan Crane like a physical weight. He stood atop a towering dune, the coarse sand shifting beneath his boots as waves of exhaustion rippled through his body. Sweat traced salty trails down his weathered face, stinging his eyes. But his gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where the ancient temple ruins shimmered faintly through the heat haze. The promise of the lost oasis and its secret immortality was so close now, yet the cost was becoming painfully clear. Jonathan pressed his hand to his forehead, brushing away the sweat and dust as the searing wind whispered harsh truths around him. Every step forward carried the echoes of past failures, and the ghosts of comrades lost each memory, a burden heavier than the last. His obsession gnawed at the edges of his resolve, threatening to unravel the very foundation of the expedition. That evening, the campfire flickered beneath a sky strewn with stars, its warmth a fragile comfort against the cold desert night. The team gathered around, faces illuminated by the dancing flames, but the atmosphere was thick with unease. Leela Hassan's sharp eyes darted between Jonathan and Dr. Marcus Finch, her voice steady but laced with concern. "We can't keep pushing like this, John. It's not just the desert that's wearing us down. You're burning too bright, too fast." Marcus adjusted his glasses, the shadows of doubt etched deep into his features. "She's right. We're risking everything, not just physically, but as a team. If we don't find balance, this quest will destroy us before we even reach the oasis." Jonathan's jaw tightened, a flicker of frustration flashing in his eyes. "I know what's at stake. I've carried the weight of failure for too long. This isn't just about Mitz, about all of us. The secret of the oasis isn't just a legend. It's a chance to rewrite history, to redeem what's been lost." Leela's voice softened, but her words cut deep. "Redemption doesn't come without cost, John, and sometimes the price is more than we're willing to pay." The conversation lingered in the air, unresolved, as the desert night deepened. The fragile camaraderie, strained by ambition and fear, was a stark reminder. The pursuit of immortality demanded sacrifices that reached far beyond the physical. The following days tested their limits further. Inside the ancient temple, the air was thick with dust and the scent of aged stone. Every corridor was a labyrinth of danger. Intricate traps snapped shut with merciless precision. Jonathan's heart pounded as he narrowly evaded a collapsing ceiling, his limbs trembling from adrenaline and fatigue. Each close call was a cruel testament to the temple's guardians, ancient protectors of secrets not meant for the living. Outside, Malik al-Sayed pressed his mercenaries onward, the ruthless gleam in his scarred face reflecting the desert's harsh glare. His ambition was a dark mirror to Jonathan's own, but twisted by greed and a hunger for power that threatened to consume everything in its path. The distant clash of ideals and the ever-present threat of violence hung like a shadow over the sands. Back at camp, tensions flared as the team grappled with the harsh realities of their quest. Marcus's skepticism grew sharper, challenging Jonathan's every decision, while Leela's pragmatism sought to keep the fragile group together. The desert was not only a physical battleground, but a crucible for their spirits. Jonathan found himself at a crossroads, torn between the promise of eternal life and the tangible costs it demanded. The faces of lost friends haunted his dreams, whispering warnings he could no longer ignore. Was immortality worth the price of fractured bonds and broken bodies? As the sun beat down mercilessly, the answer remained elusive. Yet, despite the weight of sacrifice, Jonathan's resolve did not waver completely. Each scar, every strained conversation, and every narrow escape forged him anew. The desert was relentless, but so was he. With the oasis drawing nearer, the line between ambition and obsession blurred into a desperate hope that the ultimate prize justified the cost. The desert stretched infinitely beneath the vast dome of the sky, a sea of shifting gold and rust that seemed to breathe with the wind's whisper. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood atop a towering dune, the relentless breeze tugging at his worn jacket and carrying with it the faintest echoes of voices long silenced. It was as if the desert itself remembered those who had walked its unforgiving expanse before him. Comrades lost to the shifting sands and merciless elements, their stories melding with the eternal watch of the dunes. Jonathan closed his eyes, allowing the sound to wash over him. The whispers were fragile, elusive, sometimes a name, sometimes a laugh, sometimes the steady cadence of footsteps once shared in camaraderie and hope. These were the echoes in the wind, the ghosts of a past that refused to be forgotten. His breath caught in his throat as memories surged unbidden, the heat of the midday sun during that ill-fated expedition, the sudden fury of the sandstorm that had swallowed his friend's hull, and the helplessness that had gnawed at his soul ever since. The desert was both graveyard and guardian, a place where time folded upon itself and the boundary between life and legend blurred. Tonight, beneath the dipping sun's amber glow, Jonathan felt the weight of those memories, not as a burden, but as a mantle, a solemn pledge to carry their legacy forward. Descending the dune, he returned to the camp where flickering flames cut through the twilight shadows. Around the fire, Lila Hassan's sharp eyes caught his as she passed him a steaming cup of bitter tea, her presence a steadying force in the vast uncertainty. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, the light from the fire reflecting in the lenses as he leaned closer to share a story about ancient desert nomads who believed the wind carried the souls of their ancestors. The conversation was quiet but laden with meaning, each word weaving a tapestry of remembrance and resolve. "They say the desert listens," Marcus murmured, voice low, "every grain of sand a witness, every breeze a messenger." Lila nodded, her face softened by the firelight. "And we are but passing whispers in its endless song." Jonathan felt a rare stillness settle over him, the tempest of ambition and guilt momentarily stilled by the profound connection to something greater, the unyielding desert and the stories etched into its bones. He reached out, tracing the weathered surface of an ancient stone tablet they had uncovered earlier that day, its inscriptions worn but unmistakably a testament to those who had sought the oasis long before. The carvings spoke of guardians and sacrifices, of life intertwined with death in a sacred dance beneath the desert moon. As stars began to pierce the velvet night, Jonathan found himself drawn away from the warmth of the fire to sit alone on the dune's edge. The moon hung low, casting pale light across the undulating sands and stretching long shadows that seemed to reach for the horizon. In the solitude, he wrestled with the duality of his quest, the fierce desire for discovery and the quiet, aching understanding that some treasures came at an unfathomable cost. What is immortality worth if the price is the loss of those we hold dear? He whispered to the wind, the words swallowed by the vastness. The desert answered with a sigh, a soft rustle that carried both sorrow and solace. Jonathan's fingers dug into the cool sand, grounding him in the moment. He realized that true immortality was not found in eternal life, but in the legacy one left behind, the stories preserved, the lessons shared, and the sacrifices honored. With renewed clarity, he stood and gazed once more at the horizon where the last light of dusk faded into night. The endless chase was far from over, but now he carried with him the voices of the past as guiding stars. The desert's eternal watch was no longer a haunting presence, but a solemn companion on his journey. As the wind whispered secrets beneath the desert moon, Jonathan Crane prepared to face whatever lay ahead, not as a man driven solely by ambition, but as one humbled by loss and strengthened by hope. And somewhere in the distance, beneath the vast sky and endless sands, the echoes in the wind carried a promise that no soul who braved the desert's heart was ever truly lost. The night deepened, but Jonathan's resolve burned brighter than ever, a solitary flame against the boundless dark, ready to illuminate the path forward. The desert was deceptively calm at first, the horizon stretching out in endless waves of golden dunes, beneath a glaring sun that seemed indifferent to the lives it scorched. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood atop a ridge, scanning the vast expanse with sharp, unyielding eyes. He had learned to read the subtle signs nature offered: the sudden drop in temperature, the faint rustling of sand, the way the distant sky shifted in color. Today, those signs spelled danger. Leila Hassan approached silently, her footsteps muffled by the soft sand. "Jonathan," she said with urgency, her intense eyes fixed on the horizon where an unnatural haze was beginning to rise. "A storm, a big one." Jonathan nodded, his jaw tightening. "We need to find shelter fast." The team was already on edge. The relentless desert heat had worn them thin, and their supplies were dwindling. Yet nothing had prepared them for the suddenness of the gathering storm. Within minutes, the sky darkened, the sun swallowed by thick, swirling clouds of sand that moved with terrifying speed. The wind howled like an ancient beast, carrying with it the bitter taste of grit and despair. "Alina, make sure everyone has their masks and goggles," Jonathan commanded, his voice steady but urgent. Marcus helped Leila secure the equipment. Dust whipped fiercely, stinging exposed skin and filling the air with a choking haze. The team scrambled, their movements frantic yet practiced, a testament to Lila's expert guidance and Jonathan's firm leadership. They erected a makeshift shelter from tarps and the remains of their gear, creating a fragile haven against the storm's wrath. Inside the cramped refuge, shadows danced wildly as the wind beat against the fabric walls. Faces smeared with dust and sweat exchanged worried glances. Marcus adjusted his glasses, his usual skepticism replaced by a grim acknowledgement of their predicament. "This desert, it's alive," Marcus muttered, voice barely audible over the storm's roar. "It doesn't forgive mistakes." Jonathan met his gaze, a flicker of understanding passing between them. "We're going to get through this. We have to." Outside, the storm raged on, relentless and unforgiving. The fabric walls strained under the assault, and the ground beneath them trembled with the force of nature unleashed. Jonathan's mind raced not just with survival tactics, but with the weight of their mission. The lost oasis was close, tantalizingly within reach, yet the desert had reminded them of its merciless power in the harshest way possible. Hours passed like an eternity. The team huddled together, finding strength in their shared vulnerability. Stories were whispered to calm frayed nerves. Leila recounted legends of desert spirits that tested travelers' resolve, while Alina tended to small wounds inflicted by the storm's fury. At one point, Jonathan caught a glimpse of Malik beyond the swirling sand, a dark silhouette moving with practiced ease, his mercenaries scattered but determined. The storm, it seemed, was an equalizer, a force that threatened all who dared challenge the desert's dominion. As the first pale rays of sunlight pierced the dissipating clouds, the team emerged cautiously. The landscape was unrecognizable. Tracks had vanished, landmarks buried beneath fresh dunes. The desert had erased their path, forcing them to start anew. Jonathan surveyed the transformed terrain, the weight of the storm's lessons settling deep within him. The desert was not merely a backdrop for their quest, but a living entity, demanding respect and humility. "We survive," Jonathan said quietly, meeting Lila's steady gaze, "and we keep moving." The storm had tested their endurance and shattered their certainty, but it had also forged an unbreakable bond among them. Together, they would face whatever the desert had left to throw, undaunted and resolute. As they packed their gear and prepared to press onward, Jonathan glanced once more at the horizon, where the lost oasis awaited beneath the ever-watchful desert moon. Their journey was far from over, but with the storm behind them, hope flickered a newer fragile flame against the vast, unforgiving sands. Unbeknownst to them, Moloch's eyes burned with renewed fury. The storm had cost him as well, but his resolve remained unshaken. The endless chase continued, each step bringing them closer to destiny, where myths and reality would collide beneath the desert's eternal sky. And so, beneath the gathering storm and the clearing skies that followed, the pulse of the desert beat on unceasing, mysterious and merciless. The desert sky darkened abruptly as an ominous wind began to rise, carrying with it the first gritty whispers of an approaching sandstorm. Jonathan Crane, scanning the horizon with sharp eyes, felt the familiar tightening in his chest, mixture of respect and fear for the desert's unpredictable wrath. He turned to the others, urgency threading his voice. "Storm's coming. We need to find shelter, now." Leila Hassan was already moving, her instincts honed from years living with the shifting sands. "There's a rocky outcrop just ahead," she called out, pointing toward a jagged ridge breaking the monotony of the dunes. "If we can make it there, we'll have some protection." The team quickened their pace, but the desert answered with fury. The wind picked up velocity, whipping sand into stinging sheets that lashed at exposed skin and stung their eyes despite goggles and scarves. The world dissolved into a blur of ochre and white, the sun blotted out by a swirling storm of particles. Voices became hoarse shouts, barely heard over the relentless roar. Marcus Finch stumbled, shielding his face with a sleeve. "I've studied deserts for decades," he rasped, "but nothing prepares you for this." Elena Cruz barked orders, her calm steadiness cutting through the chaos. "Keep moving, stay close, watch your footing." Jonathan's mind raced, assessing risks and possibilities. The rocky crevice Lila had spotted was now their only hope. He grabbed her arm, steering the group toward the jagged shelter. Sand scoured their clothing, and each breath drew grit into their lungs. The storm's howl was a living beast, relentless and unforgiving. Reaching the shelter was a battle against the storm itself. Leela slipped first, but Jonathan caught her, steadying both of them. One by one, they scrambled into the narrow recess between the rocks. Once inside, the roaring wind was muffled but still omnipresent, a constant reminder of their precarious situation. The crevice was tight and dark, cool compared to the blazing desert outside. Jonathan leaned against the stone wall, muscles trembling from exertion and cold creeping in despite the heat. Leela knelt beside him, her face streaked with sweat and dust, eyes bright with determination. "We'll get through this," she said softly, gripping his shoulder. Marcus, usually the skeptic, allowed a rare show of vulnerability. "I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad you're here, Jonathan." Elena moved among them, checking for injuries, her hands steady despite the tension. "Minor abrasions," she reported. "Nothing serious, but we need to keep hydrated and calm." Hours passed like this, the storm battering the crevice, sand seeping through cracks, whispering stories of the desert's eternal watch. The team huddled close, exchanging quiet words and shared glances that spoke of unspoken fears and hopes. Jonathan studied their faces, feeling the weight of responsibility settle heavier on his shoulders. The storm began to lose its fury slowly, the wind dropping to a low moan. Outside, the sky lightened, revealing the battered but unbroken landscape. Jonathan stepped to the crevice's mouth, breathing deeply the gritty air. The desert was harsh, indifferent, but it had spared them this time. Lila emerged, her expression weary but resolute. "We survived," she said simply. Marcus nodded, a newfound respect shining in his eyes. Nature's power is something you can never fully conquer, only endure. Jonathan looked out over the sand dunes, the sun dipping closer to the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of amber and crimson. "This storm was a test," he said quietly, "and we passed. But our journey isn't over, not by a long shot." As the team gathered their scattered gear and prepared to move forward, a renewed sense of unity bound them tighter than ever. The desert's relentless hostility had forged their resolve, reminding them that survival depended not just on strength or knowledge, but on trust, perseverance, and the indomitable human spirit. Jonathan's gaze lingered on the fading light. Underneath the desert moon, the endless chase continued, but now they faced it together, ready for whatever trials awaited beyond the dunes. The storm had tested their limit sand. They had emerged stronger. But beyond the horizon, shadows stirred, and Moloch's pursuit grew ever closer. The desert held its breath, waiting to see who would endure the final reckoning. The storm had finally spent its wrath. As the swirling sands began to settle, a heavy silence hung over the desert, broken only by the soft whisper of a gentle breeze. Dr. Jonathan Crane squinted through the dissipating haze, his breath catching as a vision materialized ahead of verdant sanctuary amid the endless sea of dunes. The oasis revealed itself slowly at first, a glimmer of turquoise water flickering beneath the harsh sunlight, palms swaying softly as if beckoning the weary travelers forward. The contrast was so stark that for a moment, Jonathan felt as if he had stumbled into a mirage born of desperate hope. But no, this was real. The oasis, with its lush greenery and sparkling pool, was no longer a whispered legend, but a living testament to ancient secrets and the promise of immortality. By the stars, Leela breathed, stepping cautiously toward the water's edge. Her intense eyes scanned the landscape, alert to any sign of danger, yet her voice betrayed a rare softness. "It's more beautiful than I ever imagined." Jonathan approached, his boots crunching softly on the cracked earth softened by recent rain. He knelt, dipping his hands into the cool, clear water. The sensation was a balm to his parched skin, a reminder that life could flourish where he had only seen desolation before. Around him, the team began to stir. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, his usual skeptical demeanor replaced by awe as he crouched beside intricate stone carvings, half buried beneath creeping vines. "These inscriptions, they're unlike anything I've seen," he murmured, his finger tracing the ancient script. This oasis was clearly revered by a civilization far older than we anticipated. Alina Cruz moved among them, her calm presence tending to scraped knees and sunburned faces. "We're lucky to have survived the storm," she said quietly, her medical kit now resting on the soft grass. "This place saved us, even if only for a moment." Jonathan stood, taking in the panoramic view. The oasis was a fragile jewel cradled by the desert's harsh embrace. Ancient stone structures, weathered but majestic, peeked through the foliage, their purpose and stories waiting to be unlocked. Yet, beneath the beauty lurked a palpable mysticism, a sense that the oasis was not merely a haven but a guardian of deeper truths. "We must move carefully," Jonathan warned, eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. Malik won't stop until he claims this place for himself. Leela nodded, her hands tightening on her walking staff. We'll make camp here. Rest, recover, and prepare. The desert won't give up its secrets easily, nor will our enemies. As the team set about establishing a temporary refuge beneath the shade of towering palms, Jonathan felt an unfamiliar peace settle over him. The oasis was more than a destination. It was a symbol of resilience, hope, and the eternal dance between life and death. But with twilight approaching, he knew their time was limited. The oasis, like a precious dream, could vanish as quickly as it appeared. In the quiet moments that followed, Jonathan allowed himself to reflect. Each challenge overcome had brought them closer to this moment filled with peril and possibility. The ancient temple's secrets, the relentless chase, the mirages that tested their minds all had led here. Yet the greatest trial was yet to come. The desert moon would soon rise, casting its ghostly light over the oasis, illuminating the final showdown between ambition and sacrifice, between mortal desire and eternal legacy. Jonathan's gaze lifted skyward, determination igniting in his eyes. Underneath this desert moon, he would face his destiny. But first, they would rest, for the dawn would bring the next chapter of their journey, one where survival and truth would be tested in equal measure. The oasis had revealed itself, radiant and alive. Now, Jonathan and his team had to prove themselves worthy of its secrets before darkness claimed it once more. The desert night was alive with a restless energy as the silver glow of the moon bathed the sands in an ethereal light. The oasis shimmered faintly nearby, a beacon of impossible beauty, fragile and flickering as if aware of the impending storm of human will that approached it. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood firm, his breath steady despite the pounding of his heart, eyes locked on the figure emerging from the shadows. Malik al-Sayed, his rival and relentless adversary, stepped forward with a calculated menace, the scars on his face deepening under the moonlight, a living testament to battles fought and won through ruthlessness. The stillness broke with the snap of a drawn blade, the desert air thickening with the charged anticipation of the final confrontation. Jonathan moved first, his years of experience guiding his swift, precise strikes. Malik parried with brutal force, each clash of their weapons echoing against the ancient stones of the oasis's perimeter. Around them, the desert whispered with the voices of history, the sand shifting as if to witness the culmination of a chase that had spanned endless dunes and harrowing trials. Leela Hassan and Dr. Marcus Finch watched from a distance, their breaths held tight in their chests. Leela's eyes burned with fierce loyalty, every muscle tensed to intervene if needed. Marcus's skepticism had long since given way to awe, his mind racing to decipher the implications of this moment. The mercenaries Malik commanded lurked nearby, shadows ready to strike. Yet none dared interfere as the duel unfolded like a deadly dance beneath the desert moon. The fight was more than physical. It was a battle of wills, of ideologies. Malik's greed and ambition drove him to seize the oasis's secret power, believing in domination and control. Jonathan, fueled by a complex mixture of guilt, hope, and the desire to protect, fought to safeguard a legacy that transcended mere immortality. Each blow exchanged was heavy with the weight of their histories, their dreams, and their fears. As the combat reached a fever pitch, Malik launched a vicious assault, a flurry of strikes that threatened to overwhelm Jonathan. Yet, in that critical moment, Jonathan's mind cleared. He saw beyond the fight the true cost of the oasis's power, the corruption it promised, and the sacrifice it demanded. With a surge of strength born from resolve rather than desperation, Jonathan disarmed Malik, forcing him back, but the battle was not yet over. Jonathan reached toward the ancient mechanism hidden within the oasis, the source of the illusion that cloaked its existence from the world. With a resolute breath, he triggered its destruction. The oasis shimmered violently, the illusion unraveling like a tapestry in a storm. Malik's triumphant snarl faltered as the shimmering waters began to recede, the lush greenery dissolving into the barren, unforgiving sands. The mercenaries, sensing their prize slipping away, retreated into the shadows, their leaders' ambitions shattered. Jonathan turned to Lila and Marcus, the weight of his choice settling over him like the desert night. He had relinquished the chance for personal immortality, embracing instead a deeper understanding that true legacy was forged not through eternal life, but through the sacrifices made for something greater than oneself. As the first light of dawn began to pale the horizon, Jonathan stood beneath the desert moon, transformed. The oasis was gone, a secret once again hidden beneath the endless dunes, preserved by his courage and sacrifice. The desert whispered its ancient song, a reminder that some mysteries were meant to endure beyond the reach of time, carried forever in the hearts of those brave enough to chase them. But even as the light grew, a shadow lingered in Malik's eyes, a promise that this confrontation was only one chapter in an endless chase beneath the desert moon. Jonathan took a deep breath, feeling the cool desert breeze against his skin. The journey was far from over, but tonight, beneath the vast expanse of stars and sand, he had won more than a battle. He had reclaimed his soul. The desert night stretched infinitely above them, a vast canvas of stars shimmering coldly against the inky blackness. Beneath the silver gaze of the desert moon, the lost oasis, ethereal and fragile, shimmered like a mirage, more real and more fleeting than ever. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood at its heart. The soft whisper of the night breeze, carrying the scent of blooming desert flora and the distant call of nocturnal creatures. Around him, the ruins of an ancient temple cradled the secret that had obsessed him for so long, the promise of immortality now weighing heavily on his conscience. His breath came steady but tense as he faced Malik al-Sayed, the ruthless shadow who had dogged his steps since the journey began. Malik's dark eyes gleamed with greed and hunger, his scarred face twisted into a cruel smile. Around them, the mercenaries lay in wait, their fingers twitching near weapons, the air taut with the imminence of violence. Jonathan Malik said, his voice low and venomous, "You don't have to do this. The power of the oasis is ours for the taking. Together, we could rule the black market, control artifacts beyond imagination." Jonathan's gaze did not waver. "Some things are not meant to be owned, Malik. Not by you, not by anyone." His fingers brushed the ancient stone pedestal before him, where inscriptions glowed faintly under the moonlight. "This secret has been guarded for millennia for a reason. The cost is too high." Leela Hassan stood nearby, her intense eyes locked on the inscriptions Marcus Finch frantically deciphered. The historian's usually skeptical expression was softened by awe and urgency as he translated the ancient warnings aloud. "The oasis's immortality is bound by a curse. To claim it without the proper reverence invites destruction, not salvation." A tense silence fell, broken only by the distant howl of the desert wind. Jonathan's mind raced, memories of lost comrades flashing vividly. The weight of his past failures, the faces of those who had perished in his earlier expedition, pulled at his heart. But this moment demanded clarity. Malik snarled, stepping forward, his hand reaching for a concealed weapon. "You'll regret this choice, Crane. Immortality is the ultimate prize, and you're throwing it away." Jonathan's voice was calm but resolute. "Not a prize, a prison." With deliberate movements, Jonathan activated the ancient mechanism embedded within the temple's core. The ground trembled as gears and levers, long silent, groaned to life. A radiant surge of light erupted, flooding the chamber with a blinding aura that enveloped the entire oasis. The air thrummed with energy, ancient power awakening only to be undone. Moloch's mercenaries shouted in confusion and rage, their grip on weapons faltering as the luminous force expanded. The oasis's waters shimmered, then began dissolving into mist, the verdant life fading like a dream slipping away. The desert itself seemed to hold its breath. In that moment, beneath the desert moon's silent witness, Jonathan felt a profound release, a surrender not of weakness but of wisdom. The price of ambition had been paid, not with eternal life, but with the salvation of a secret that should never fall into corrupt hands. As the light dimmed and the ruins settled back into quietude, Malik snarled one last curse before retreating into the shadows, his dreams of power shattered. Jonathan turned to his companions. Leela's fierce gaze met his. Marcus's eyes glistened with newfound respect, and even the desert seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. The first pale light of dawn crept over the horizon, and with it, the oasis vanished completely, leaving only the endless sands and the whisper of secrets carried on the wind. Jonathan stood alone at the edge of the desert, the weight of sacrifice heavy, but the burden of legacy lighter than ever before. "It's over," Leela said softly, stepping beside him. "For now." Jonathan nodded, eyes fixed on the rising sun. The chase never truly ends, but some treasures, some truths, are meant to remain hidden. And beneath the desert moon, as the day awakened, Jonathan Crane embraced a new purpose, not seeking immortality, but protecting the fragile legacies etched in the sands of time. His journey had transformed him, the endless chase now a testament to sacrifice, salvation, and the enduring mystery of the desert's heart. Yet, as the wind stirred the sands, a faint whisper seemed to echo a promise that beneath the vast desert sky, myths and reality would forever dance beneath the watchful gaze of the desert moon. The sun hovered just above the horizon, casting long molten shadows across the desert sands. The oasis, that elusive mirage, no longer stood before them in full breathtaking glory, a verdant jewel amidst the endless dunes. Yet, even as the team gathered at its edge, the golden light began to wane, and with it, the oasis itself seemed to tremble on the brink of disappearance. Jonathan Crane stood at the forefront, his lean figure silhouetted against the slowly dimming glow. His sharp eyes, weathered and bright, scanned the shimmering water and lush palms that had once seemed an impossible dream. Around him, Leela Hassan moved with quiet urgency, her sun-kissed skin flushed with exertion and hope. Dr. Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, his aged face etched with a mix of disbelief and reluctant acceptance. Behind them, Alina Cruz moved steadily, tending to the weary and injured, her calm presence a steady anchor. "It's starting," Leela whispered, voice tight with emotion. "The illusion's unraveling." Jonathan nodded, swallowing a lump in his throat. This was the moment they had chased through blistering days and starless nights, through sandstorms that threatened to bury them forever. And now, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the oasis began to fade, the vibrant greens blurring into the desert's dusty gold, the water's surface shimmering like a fragile veil being drawn tight. He reached out, fingertips grazing the once cool water. It rippled, then shimmered, losing substance as if dissolving into the air itself. The palm fronds rustled softly, then stilled, their vibrant colors muted until they matched the surrounding sands. "We have to move," Jonathan said, voice firm despite the ache in his chest, "before it's gone entirely." Leela nodded, steadying herself as Jonathan offered a hand. "I'm right here," she said, gripping his arm with a strength born of shared trials. Marcus took a final, lingering glance, lips pressed into a thin line. "I never believed in such things," he murmured, "but what we've witnessed, it's beyond science." Alina rounded up the team, her eyes scanning for any signs of danger as the landscape shifted eerily. The oasis was retreating, pulling back into myth like a tide withdrawing beneath the desert moon. Together, they began their trek away from the place that had both promised salvation and demanded sacrifice. The sand crunched beneath their boots, the air cooling rapidly as twilight surrendered to night. Above them, the stars began to prick the velvet blackness, indifferent witnesses to human ambition and loss. Jonathan's thoughts swirled with memories, the friends lost, the battles fought, the secrets uncovered. The oasis's vanishing was no defeat. It was a revelation. Immortality was not a prize to be seized, but a legacy to be forged in the hearts and minds of those who dared seek it. The desert night wrapped around them, vast and silent, as they moved forward, changed, humbled, yet unbroken. Jonathan cast a last glance toward the horizon, where a faint glow lingered like a promise. The chase was over, but the journey had only just begun. "We carry its story now," he said softly, "and that is immortality in itself." Lila smiled, her eyes reflecting the first light of dawn breaking on the edge of the world. Underneath this desert moon, legends live forever. As they disappeared into the vastness, the oasis shimmered one final time, a fleeting dream retreating into the sands, guarding its eternal secret until the desert called it forth again. And beneath the vanishing light, the desert whispered its timeless song, a melody of hope, sacrifice, and the endless chase. The dawn broke over the desert like a soft promise, spilling golden light across the endless dunes that stretched beneath the cocaining sky. Dr. Jonathan Crane sat silently atop a wind-sculpted ridge, the cool morning air stirring the loose grains of sand at his feet. His gaze swept the horizon where the desert met the waking world, colors shifting from the deep indigo of night to the gentle hues of day. Every sunrise seemed to carry the weight of eternity here, a reminder of time's relentless passage amid the timelessness of this vast, unforgiving land. His face, weathered and marked by months under the merciless sun, bore the marks of his journey lines etched by hardship, exhaustion, and the burden of reflection. For the first time in what felt like an age, Jonathan was not consumed by the frantic chase for the lost oasis, nor was he haunted by the shadows of past failures. Instead, a quiet understanding had settled within him, a profound revelation about the nature of immortality and the legacy he had sought all along. Behind him, footsteps approached softly over the sand. Leela Hassan emerged from the subtle folds of the dune, her silhouette outlined by the soft pastel sky. Her sun-kissed skin glowed warmly in the early light, and her intense eyes held a mixture of fatigue and something gentler shared recognition of the journey's end. Moments later, Dr. Marcus Finch joined them, his older frame stooped slightly with weariness. Glasses perched unevenly as always, but his expression softened with a rare, genuine smile. "Beautiful morning," Lila said quietly, settling beside Jonathan on the cool sand. "Hard to believe this place was once a nightmare for us all." Jonathan nodded slowly, his voice low but steady. "It still is, in many ways. The desert doesn't forgive, but it teaches." Marcus adjusted his hat against the sun's growing warmth and added, "I never imagined I'd witness something so incredible. The oasis, the illusions, the ancient guardians, everything challenges what I believed possible." Jonathan's eyes met theirs, the shared experience binding them in a silent, unspoken understanding. "For so long, I thought immortality was about defying death itself, finding a way to live forever, to escape the end. But what I've come to realize is different. Immortality lies in what we leave behind, in the stories, the discoveries, the changes we inspire." The three sat in contemplative silence, the desert around them alive with the subtle sounds of morning, the whisper of wind through sparse scrub, distant bird calls, the faint shifting of sand. Their memories echoed between them, the relentless chase beneath the blistering sun, the mirages that tested their minds, the ancient temple's riddles, the fierce battle with Malik under the desert moon. Jonathan's thoughts drifted to the faces of the comrades they had lost, to the sacrifices made and the lessons etched indelibly into their souls. He recalled the look in Malik's eyes during their final confrontation, man consumed by greed and desperation, blinded by a desire he could not fulfill. It was a stark contrast to the peace he now sought. "I've started a journal," Jonathan confessed, pulling a weathered notebook from his pack, "to capture everything, the truths and the myths. Not just for me, but for those who come after. A record that honors what we found and what we chose to protect." Leela smiled softly, her usual sharp wit softened by the moment's gravity. "It's a legacy worth preserving. The desert has been cruel, but it's given us something far greater than treasure. It's given us purpose." Marcus nodded in agreement, "and maybe a lesson in humility. Not every mystery is meant to be unraveled. Not every prize is meant to be possessed. Sometimes, the greatest discovery is understanding why some things must remain hidden." Jonathan closed his eyes briefly, breathing deeply the dry, warm air. The desert, with all its endless horizons and shifting sands, had become a mirror reflecting his own journey, one of ambition, loss, growth, and ultimately acceptance. As the sun climbed higher, casting sharp shadows and igniting the sand with fiery brilliance, Jonathan felt the weight of his obsession lift. He was no longer a man chasing a fleeting dream of physical immortality, but a guardian of a legacy that transcended time. The stories they would tell, the wisdom they would share, and the respect they would foster for the mysteries of this ancient land would echo beyond their lifetimes. Even as the oasis remained hidden once more, cloaked by its ancient illusion, Jonathan knew that its true power was not in granting eternal life, but in inspiring those willing to seek beyond the surface, to look inward and find what truly endures. The desert wind stirred again, carrying with it the faint scent of distant blooms and the promise of new beginnings. Jonathan stood, brushing sand from his hands, and looked once more toward the horizon. "We have a responsibility now," he said, his voice steady with resolve. "To protect this place, to honor those who came before us, and to ensure that the legacy we leave is one of respect, knowledge, and hope." Leela and Marcus rose beside him, their faces illuminated by determination and quiet pride. Together, they would carry the story forward, etched not just in sand and stone, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream beneath the desert moon. As the morning sun bathed the dunes in light, Jonathan felt a sense of peace settle over him. The chase was over, but the journey, the true journey, had only just begun. And somewhere, far beyond the reach of time and memory, the desert whispered its eternal secrets, waiting patiently for the next soul brave enough to listen. The sun had long dipped below the horizon when the battered expedition team finally, reached the small desert outpost marking the boundary between the wild, untamed sands and the semblance of civilization. Their arrival was met with curious stares from weathered traders and local villagers, faces etched with a mixture of suspicion and wonder at the ragged travelers who emerged from the desert's grasp. Jonathan Crane's lean figure moved steadily through the gathering crowd, his weather-beaten face marked by the harsh journey, eyes still sharp but shadowed by the weight of what they had endured and discovered. Lila Hassan walked beside him, her athletic frame carrying the same exhaustion, yet her eyes retained a fierce intensity born of survival and purpose. Behind them, Marcus Finch adjusted his glasses, looking every bit the weary academic who had journeyed far beyond his usual comfort zone. Alina Cruz, ever the vigilant medic, scanned the crowd quietly, ready for any sign of trouble but hoping for calm. The outpost was alive with low murmurs and the clinking of cups in the modest tavern where the team decided to regroup. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of spiced tea and dust, the dim yellow glow of lanterns casting long shadows on the cracked plaster walls. The four sat around a rough-hewn wooden table, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight, each caught in their own storm of thoughts. Jonathan broke the silence first, voice low but firm. "We've seen things no one else has. The lost oasis, the ancient temples, the trapsits, all real. But the world isn't ready for this. If the secret gets out, Moloch's kind will tear it apart for greed and power." Leela nodded, her gaze unwavering. "Our duty isn't just discovery, it's protection. The desert guards its mysteries, and so must we." Marcus, ever the skeptic, sighed deeply. "I spent years debunking myths, yet here I stand, forced to believe in things I never imagined. But I agree some truths are too dangerous to share." Alina added quietly, "We owe it to those we lost to honor their sacrifice by keeping this safe." The conversation turned to the practicalities of how to present their findings. They would release only fragments of artifacts, historical context enough to satisfy curiosity, but not enough to reveal the oasis's location or power. It was a delicate balance, one that left them all uneasy but united. Later, Jonathan found himself wandering the bustling city streets alone, far from the desert's vast silence. Neon signs flickered overhead, car horns blared in the distance, and the chatter of the crowd was a relentless backdrop to his swirling thoughts. The stark contrast between the city's chaos and the desert's haunting stillness pressed upon him. He recalled the endless dunes, the shimmering mirages, the temple's shadows, and the oasis's fleeting beauty beneath the desert moon. A pang of melancholy gripped him. He had sought immortality, a legacy beyond the grave. But now he understood that true immortality was the impact one left on the world, the memories, the lessons, the lives touched. The secret of the oasis was a burden and a gift, one that demanded sacrifice. Days later, the team gathered at a small museum where some of their recovered artifacts were displayed. The modest exhibition drew a handful of scholars and curious visitors, but none knew the full story. Jonathan, Leela, Marcus, and Alina stood together, their eyes meeting with a silent understanding. The pact they had forged was unbreakable. Protecting the oasis meant protecting a piece of humanity's soul. As visitors admired the ancient relics, the team's thoughts drifted back to the desert, the endless chase, the mirages that haunted their memories, and the fragile line between myth and reality. Though they returned to the world of men, a part of them would always remain beneath the desert moon, guardians of a secret too precious to share. Jonathan's voice, when he spoke, was barely above a whisper. "Some treasures are meant to remain hidden. Our journey doesn't end. Here it begins anew, in how we choose to remember and protect what we found." Leela smiled faintly. The desert will always call to us. Marcus adjusted his glasses, a rare softness in his eyes. And perhaps one day the world will be ready. Alina nodded, her resolve steady. Until then, we keep the secret safe. As the museum lights dimmed and the last visitor left, the team lingered a moment longer, bound by the unspoken promise. Outside, the desert wind whispered through the night, carrying with it the eternal mysteries of the lost oasis and the endless chase beneath the desert moon. The journey had changed them forever, and while the world moved on, they knew the true story was theirs alone to hold a testament to sacrifice, legacy, and the fragile beauty of secrets kept. But somewhere deep inside, Jonathan felt the faint stirrings of a new hope, a whisper that the desert's legend was far from over, and that beneath the shifting sands, new adventures awaited those brave enough to seek them. The sun had dipped low, casting long shadows over the barren landscape as the surviving members of the expedition gathered near the edge of the desert. The air was cooler now, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of dry earth and distant vegetation, signaling their approach back to civilization. Around a modest campfire, their faces flickered with orange light, each line and scar etched by the harshness of the journey, made softer by the glow and shared warmth. Jonathan Crane sat on a roughly hewn rock, his eyes tracing the horizon where the last light clung desperately to the dunes. It was a stark contrast to the turmoil and tension that had gripped him just days before at the oasis. Beside him, Leela Hassan adjusted the straps of her worn satchel, a faint smile touching her lips as she listened to Marcus Finch recount a particularly amusing mishap involving a misread map and a sudden sand gust. Alina Cruz, ever the steady presence, passed around small portions of water and food, ensuring no one was left wanting. "You know," Marcus said, his voice rough but warm, "I never thought I'd see the day when I'd call a mirage beautiful. But out there, it's hard to deny the desert's strange, haunting allure." Lila chuckled softly. "It's a harsh beauty, but one that demands respect. I'm glad you've come to see it that way." Jonathan looked at the faces around him, marked by exhaustion yet alight with a quiet strength. "This place has changed us," he said thoughtfully. "Not just physically, but in ways we could never have anticipated. The desert strips away pretense and leaves only what is real: our fears, our hopes, and the bonds we forge." Leela nodded in agreement. "It's those bonds that will carry us forward, even when we're miles apart." Silence fell for a moment, the crackling fire and the faint whisper of the wind the only sounds. Jonathan's gaze drifted to the stars, beginning to twinkle overhead. "We've all faced our demons here," he murmured, "and somehow we found each other amid the endless dunes." Alina leaned forward, her eyes bright. "I think that's the greatest treasure we've uncovered. Not the oasis or its secrets, but the trust and friendship that helped us survive." Marcus, usually the skeptic, smiled softly. "I suppose there's more to this world than just facts and figures. Sometimes, the experiences that defy explanation are the ones that stay with us the longest." As the night deepened, the group shared stories, both harrowing and humorous, from their time in the desert. They laughed, sometimes quietly, sometimes with a burst of genuine joy, the sound a balm against the memories of loss and hardship. Jonathan found himself opening up about his fears and regrets, and in turn, the others revealed their own vulnerabilities. It was a moment of healing, a testament to the resilience born of shared struggle. Later, standing side by side, Jonathan and Leela watched as the horizon glowed faintly with the last vestiges of twilight. The desert moon rose slowly, casting a silver sheen over the dunes. "We've come so far," Leela said softly, "and yet It feels like this journey is only just beginning." Jonathan met her gaze, the weight of everything they had endured and learned reflected in his eyes. "No matter where we go from here, the desert's memory will stay with us. It's part of who we are now." The others joined them, and together they stood in companionable silence. The vast, star-studded sky overhead, a reminder of the infinite mysteries still waiting beyond the horizon. As the fire's embers dimmed, they embraced an unspoken promise that though the paths ahead might diverge, the bonds forged beneath the desert moon would remain unbreakable. With the dawn approaching, each prepared to leave the wilderness behind, carrying with them not just the stories of a lost oasis, but the unseen ties that would forever link their hearts and destinies. And as they parted ways, a renewed sense of hope and purpose stirred within them, a quiet assurance that the desert's lessons would guide them through whatever challenges awaited. But even as they stepped back into the world they once knew, the desert whispered still a reminder that some bonds, like the sands themselves, are eternal, shifting yet steadfast, unseen yet deeply felt. And in that truth, they found strength for the road ahead. The endless chase had forged more than memories. It had created a family, bound not by blood, but by the trials and triumphs of a journey beneath the desert moon. And as the first rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, Jonathan whispered a vow to honor those bonds and the legacy they carried. The adventure was far from over, it had only transformed, promising new horizons and unseen challenges, but always with the steadfast heart of the desert at their core. "We'll meet again," Lila said, her voice steady with conviction. Jonathan smiled, the desert moon fading, but its light forever etched in their souls. "Until then, we carry the desert with us wherever we go, whatever we face." And with that, they turned toward the awakening world, ready to face whatever lay beyond the dunes, forever connected by the unseen bonds of their shared odyssey. Under the vast canopy of stars, the desert night held its breath as Jonathan Crane sat alone on the rough-hewn bench outside the small outpost. The flickering lantern cast long shadows on the cracked adobe walls, painting the place with a restless, gold-tinged glow. Around him, the desert whispered in the wind, a sound both ancient and alive, as if carrying echoes of forgotten tales. The note lay unfolded on his lap, its edges frayed and stained with the dust of time. The parchment was unlike any Jonathan had encountered before, inscribed with a script that twisted and curled in unfamiliar ways, woven with symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the lantern light. His heart thudded in his chest, a mixture of excitement and unease, tightening his breath. Leela Hassan and Dr. Marcus Finch approached, drawn by the soft rustle of paper and the weight of the moment. Lila, intense eyes softened as she crouched beside him, her fingers brushing lightly over the cryptic writing. "Where did you find this?" she asked, her voice low but steady, the desert night cloaking her words in mystery. "Left at the outpost's supply cache," Jonathan replied, eyes never leaving the note. "No sender, no indication of who might have been here before us. But this feels like a message meant for us, or for me." Marcus adjusted his glasses, the skepticism etched on his face, giving way to a flicker of curiosity. If authentic, it could mean the oasis's legend is far from over. But it could also be a trap or a hoax. We must be cautious. Jonathan nodded, acknowledging Marcus's caution, but unable to suppress the spark of hope kindling within him. The quest that had consumed years of his life, the chase that had driven him across unforgiving sands and through treacherous ruins, suddenly felt alive again. As the trio gathered closer, Lila traced the patterns with steady fingers, recognizing fragments of ancient dialects layered beneath the cryptic surface. These symbols, she mused, they speak of guardians, of a cycle that never truly ends. The oasis, it's more than a place. It's a legacy. The desert wind picked up, swirling grains of sand around the outpost like restless spirits dancing in the moonlight. Jonathan's gaze lifted to the horizon, where the dunes rolled endlessly beneath the star-studded sky. The silence between them held a shared resolve, a promise to face whatever truths awaited beyond the shifting sands. "We thought the oasis vanished with the sunset," Jonathan said quietly, "but maybe it was never meant to be found. Maybe it's meant to find us when the time is right." Marcus leaned forward, the firelight flickering across his thoughtful face. "If that's true, then this message is a call, a summons to continue, to uncover what lies beneath the myths and mirages." Leela smiled faintly, the desert's harshness etched in the lines of her face, but tempered by hope. "Then we prepare, because the desert still has stories to tell, and it looks like our story isn't finished yet." As the night deepened, the outpost faded behind them, the message burning bright in their minds. Beneath the desert moon, the whisper of the sands carried with it a promise that the chase was eternal, and the secrets of the lost oasis waited patiently for those brave enough to listen. Jonathan stood once more, the weight of the past lifting even as the future beckoned. With Lila and Marcus at his side, he felt the pulse of the desert's heart, wild, untamed, and full of endless possibilities. And somewhere, just beyond the horizon, the desert whispered back, The desert night stretched endlessly, a vast ocean of indigo and silver under the watchful eye of the moon. Dr. Jonathan Crane sat perched atop a high dune, the cool sand beneath him a stark contrast to the relentless heat they had endured during the day. The moonlight painted his weathered face with a serene glow, softening the sharp lines etched by years of sun and hardship. Around him, the desert lay silent and still, the only sounds the distant rustle of wind-stirred grasses and the faint call of a nightbird far off in the distance. Jonathan's mind wandered through the events that had led him here, the relentless chase, the crushing weight of loss, and the fleeting moments of awe beneath the shimmering oasis. The merciless sunlit days, the treacherous mirages, the ancient temple's eerie shadows, and the fierce confrontation with Malik all seemed like fragments of a fading dream. Yet beneath the memories lay a deeper understanding, one born from pain and perseverance. He exhaled slowly, the cool night air filling his lungs. The desert had been both a crucible and a sanctuary, stripping away his obsessions and revealing truths he had long buried. Here, beneath the desert moon, he could finally confront the ghosts of his past, the friend lost to the sands, the failures that had haunted his every step, and the desperate hunger for immortality that had driven him to the brink. A soft crunch of footsteps drew his gaze. Leela Hassan approached silently, her figure a graceful silhouette against the star-studded sky. Her sun-kissed skin gleamed faintly in the moonlight, and her intense eyes held a quiet strength that had steadied the team through every trial. "Mind if I join you?" she asked softly, settling down beside him without waiting for an answer. Jonathan nodded, grateful for her presence. "It's rare to find a moment of peace out here." Lila smiled faintly. "The desert gives and takes, but it also holds stories, ancient ones passed down through generations. Stories of endurance, spirit, and respect. My family has always believed the desert is alive, watching over those who walk its sands." He listened as she shared tales of her ancestors, weaving a tapestry of history and reverence that deepened his connection to the land. Her voice was steady and warm, a balm to his restless soul. Before long, Dr. Marcus Finch appeared, his older frame casting a long shadow in the moonlight. Adjusting his glasses, he approached with his characteristic, cautious curiosity. "I thought I might find you here," Marcus said, settling a respectful distance from the pair. "The desert has a way of pulling you in, even for a skeptic like me." Jonathan smiled faintly. "I never thought I'd hear you admit that." "Well," Marcus replied, "there are mysteries here that defy explanation. The oasis, the illusions, the ancient guardians, it all challenges the rigid lines of science I've clung to. But perhaps there's room for all alongside reason." The three sat in companionable silence, their gazes fixed on the vast expanse of sky where the desert moon sailed slowly overhead. The memory of the oasis lingered like a fragile dream, its ethereal beauty slipping away with the coming dawn. Yet in its vanishing, it left something enduring, a testament to the delicate balance between myth and reality. Jonathan's thoughts drifted to Malik, the ruthless adversary whose greed had threatened to unravel everything. The battle beneath the fading moon had tested his resolve and forced a choice between selfish desire and selfless sacrifice. In that moment, he had understood that some treasures were too precious to claim, their true value lying not in power but in preservation. The first pale fingers of dawn stretched across the horizon, softening the night's darkness. The desert's magic was fading, but Jonathan felt a quiet hope blossoming within him. The journey had changed him, stripped away illusions, forged new bonds, and revealed the true meaning of legacy. He stood, brushing the sand from his clothes. Turning to Lila and Marcus, he said, "We have a responsibility now to protect what we've found, to honor those who didn't make it, and to carry these lessons forward. The desert's secrets are its own, but our respect and stewardship ensure they endure." Lila nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "We will make sure the story lives on, not just as a legend, but as a testament to the spirit of those who dared to chase it." Marcus smiled, a rare warmth breaking through his usual skepticism. "And perhaps, in doing so, we find a kind of immortality, not in power, but in the legacy we leave behind." Jonathan gazed once more at the horizon where night met day. The desert moon was fading, but its light had left an imprint on his soul. Beneath its glow, he had found not just an oasis, but a new purpose, one rooted in humility, courage, and hope. As the sun's first rays kissed the dunes, the trio prepared to descend from the heights, carrying with them a story etched in sand and memory, ready to face whatever the endless chase might bring next. Their journey was far from over, but beneath the desert moon, they had found a moment of peace and the strength to move forward into the uncertain dawn. The desert whispered around them, its timeless voice a reminder that some mysteries are eternal, and some journeys never truly end. The desert sun was just beginning to crest the horizon, casting a warm gold that spilled over the rugged landscape like liquid fire. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood silently atop a small ridge, the cool morning breeze tugging softly at the hem of his worn jacket. Before him lay a stretch of land dotted with ancient ruins, crumbled stone walls, and half-buried foundations that whispered of a civilization long past. The air was still, save for the faint rustling of distant desert grass and the occasional call of a desert bird awakening to the day. Beside him, Leela Hassan adjusted the straps of her pack, her eyes scanning the horizon with the same fierce intensity Jonathan had come to know so well. Her sun-kissed skin glowed in the early light, and her athletic frame was taut with energy. "It's beautiful," she said softly, breaking the silence. "And fragile. That's why this place needs protection now more than ever." Jonathan nodded, his gaze fixed on the ruins. They had come a long way since the perilous chase beneath the desert moon, emerging from the crucible of sandstorms, ancient traps, and relentless adversaries. But the true journey, the one that mattered most, was only just beginning. "I never thought I'd find a purpose beyond the chase," Jonathan admitted, voice low but steady. "For so long, it was about discovery, about proving the legends true. But now, it's about preserving what remains, protecting these stories from being lost or exploited." Leela smiled, a rare softness touching her usually sharp features. "You've always had that in you. The desert teaches us that some treasures aren't meant to be owned, they're meant to be honored." Their shared glance spoke volumes, a silent understanding forged through hardship and revelation. The lessons learned in the shifting dunes were etched not just in their memories, but in their very souls. Later that day, Jonathan found himself amid rows of dusty shelves in a quiet research library nestled in the city's heart. The scent of aged paper and leather bindings surrounded him as he carefully examined old manuscripts, photographs, and maps collected over years. His fingers traced the delicate script of an ancient text, the words, a bridge between past and present. Dr. Marcus Finch approached quietly, carrying a stack of journals. "I never imagined I'd see the day when legend and science walked hand in hand," Marcus said, adjusting his glasses with a wry smile. Jonathan looked up, meeting his colleague's gaze. "It's not about choosing one over the other anymore. It's about respect for history, for culture, for the people whose stories these are." Their conversation deepened into the evening, weaving between philosophy and practical plans. Marcus's skepticism had softened, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the mysteries that defied pure logic. Outside, the city hummed with life, but in the desert's embrace, a different rhythm beat, one of endurance, reverence, and hope. Back near the oasis, Lila gathered a group of local youths, their eager faces bright under the blazing sun. She demonstrated techniques for reading the desert's subtle signs, the direction of the wind, the tracks of elusive animals, the way water might hide beneath the sand. Laughter and questions filled the air, weaving a tapestry of connection between generations. Jonathan watched from a distance, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. This was the legacy he had come to understand, not immortality through mysterious waters or ancient spells, but the living memory preserved in hearts and hands. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the dunes, Jonathan felt a calm settle within him. The desert had tested his limits, challenged his beliefs, and stripped away his illusions. What remained was a man transformed, ready to dedicate his life not to chasing myths, but to safeguarding the truths that mattered. A new purpose, Jonathan whispered to the wind, one that honors the past and protects the future. And beneath the vast, endless sky, the desert whispered back, a promise of stories yet to be told, and a legacy that would endure long after the sands had shifted. But even as hope blossomed, a subtle shadow stirred on the horizon, a reminder that the desert's mysteries were never truly at rest, and the endless chase was far from over. The journey had changed Jonathan Crane forever, setting him on a path where courage met compassion, and where the greatest discoveries lay not in hidden oases, but in the hearts of those willing to protect them. The desert sun dipped low, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the barren earth of the remote outpost. Jonathan Crane stood near the edge of the small encampment, his lean figure silhouetted against the fiery horizon. The air was thick with dust and the faint scent of dry sage, a reminder that despite the day's end, the desert was never truly calm. Across the dusty square from him, Malik al-Sayed emerged from the shadows of a weather-worn building, his presence as imposing as ever. The dark-skinned mercenary's muscular frame seemed sculpted by the unforgiving landscape itself, scars mapping a history of violence and survival across his face. His eyes, sharp and calculating, locked onto Jonathan's with a mixture of challenge and grudging respect. For a moment, the two men regarded each other in silence, the tension between them palpable. It was a standoff, not just of wills, but of history's years of pursuit, betrayal, and unresolved grudges converging beneath the vast desert sky. Leela Hassan stepped quietly to Jonathan's side, her athletic frame a steadying presence amid the charged atmosphere. The desert wind teased strands of her sun-kissed hair across her intense eyes, which flicked toward Malik with unwavering vigilance. "Hay's dangerous," she murmured, her voice low but firm. "We can't let our guard down." Jonathan nodded, his jaw tight. "I know, but he's not the only shadow here." From a ridge overlooking the outpost, a lone figure watched silently, cloaked by the gathering dusk. The moon began to rise, casting silver light that stretched long, eerie silhouettes over the sand dunes. The watcher's eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, betraying intentions yet unknown. As night settled, Jonathan retreated to the flickering campfire, the flames painting his weathered face with wavering light and shadow. Memories cascaded unbidden, the faces of lost comrades, the sting of past failures, and the relentless chase that had brought him to this precipice. Malik's shadow loomed large in those memories, a constant adversary shaped by ambition and vengeance. Yet beneath the weight of regret and exhaustion, a hard resolve took root. The desert had tested him in ways few could understand, but it had also forged a clarity of purpose. The oasis, the myth, the chase-it, was more than just a quest for immortality now. It was a reckoning with the past, a battle for legacy. The conversation between Jonathan and Malik earlier had been terse and loaded with unspoken threats. Each word, each glance, a reminder of wounds that time had yet to heal. Malik's voice had been low, edged with bitter humor as he spoke of power and the price of dreams. Jonathan had countered with a steady conviction, unwilling to surrender the truth and honor he sought. As the camp settled into uneasy silence, the desert whispered its secrets. The shadows of the past were long, and the night was far from over. The uneasy truce between two relentless men hung by a thread, the promise of future conflict simmering just beneath the surface. Jonathan's gaze lifted from the dying embers to the stars above, each one a distant beacon in the vastness. Beneath the desert moon, the endless chase was far from finished, and the shadows of the past still held their grip. He whispered to the night, "This isn't over, Malik. Not by a long shot." The desert answered only with the soft rustle of the wind, carrying the echo of a challenge yet to come. The camp was quiet now, but the tension lingered like a thin film over every tent and crate. Leela moved with purposeful grace, checking supplies and scanning the perimeter with sharp eyes. Her loyalty to Jonathan was unwavering, but there was a shadow in her expression, premonition that the fragile peace would soon shatter. "We need to be ready," she said softly when Jonathan joined her by the edge of the camp. "Malik doesn't make empty threats." Jonathan's reply was a nod, his mind already racing through plans and contingencies. "Then we'll be ready. This time, we end it on our terms." As the night deepened, the desert seemed to hold its breath. Every rustle, every whisper of sand, carried a weight of anticipation. The past had collided with the present, and the future was poised on a knife's edge. Jonathan allowed himself a brief moment to reflect on how far he had come, how the chase for the lost oasis had transformed into a battle not just for a mythical prize, but for survival, redemption, and the meaning of legacy itself. And as the stars wheeled overhead and the desert moon climbed higher, he knew one thing with certainty: the shadows of the past would not be easily cast aside. Malik was waiting, and the next move would decide everything. The desert night whispered its ancient warning. The chase was endless, and the stakes had never been higher. Jonathan tightened his grip on the worn leather strap of his satchel, feeling the weight of history and hope intertwined within it. Tomorrow, the dance with destiny would resume. But for now, beneath the cold light of the desert moon, a fragile silence reigned, a silence that promised the storm to come. The desert stretched endlessly before Jonathan Crane, a vast ocean of sand and shadow under the silver glow of the desert moon. He stood atop a towering dune, the cool night breeze brushing against his weathered face, carrying with it the scent of dry earth and distant desert blooms. The sky above was a vast canvas of stars, each one flickering like a distant beacon in the profound silence that enveloped the world. Beside him, Leela Hassan leaned on her staff, her sharp eyes reflecting the quiet majesty of the night. They were alone, but not lonely, bound together by the journey they had endured and the secrets they had glimpsed in the shifting sands. Jonathan's gaze swept across the undulating dunes, their shadows forming intricate patterns that seemed to dance beneath the moonlight. The oasis, that ethereal mirage they had chased for so long, was gone, now vanished like a whispered dream at dawn. Yet, in its disappearance, it left behind something far more enduring, a profound sense of mystery and a reminder that some truths were not meant to be fully grasped. "It's beautiful," Lila said softly, breaking the silence. "The desert never truly reveals all its secrets. It keeps some things just out of reach, like a song that plays only in the wind." Jonathan nodded, his thoughts turning inward. For years, he had been consumed by the pursuit of the oasis, driven by ambition and haunted by the ghosts of a failed expedition. The allure of immortality had been a blazing fire in his heart, but now, beneath the quiet light of the desert moon, that fire had transformed into a steady glow of understanding. "I used to think that finding the oasis would fix everything," Jonathan admitted, his voice low and contemplative, "that it would erase the past and grant me something more. But now I see that the chase itself is the true prize. The journey, the questions, the endless horizon, that's where the real meaning lies." Lila smiled, a mixture of pride and empathy in her eyes. "The desert teaches us patience and humility. It reminds us that we are but fleeting shadows in its timeless expanse." They sat together on the dune's crest, the cold sand beneath them grounding their weary bodies. Lila began to recount ancient tales passed down through generations of desert nomad stories of seekers who had tracked mirages and chased legends, only to find that the chase was a sacred dance with the unknown. These stories echoed with a timeless wisdom that resonated deeply within Jonathan, weaving a tapestry of connection between past and present. As the night deepened, Jonathan felt the weight of his obsession lift. The relentless pursuit that had once threatened to consume him now felt like a thread connecting him to something greater, a legacy not of immortality, but of discovery, sacrifice, and respect for the mysteries that shape human existence. A faint shimmer caught his eye at the horizon. A mirage flickered, elusive and teasing, reflecting the flickering campfire light behind him. Yet this time, Jonathan did not reach for it with desperation. Instead, he observed it with quiet acceptance, understanding that some illusions were part of the desert's eternal song. The first pale hues of dawn began to stain the sky. Jonathan rose, brushing sand from his clothes, and took a solitary walk along the ridge of the dune. His footprints marked the sand briefly before the wind whispered them away, a reminder of the transient nature of all things. Pausing, he looked back toward the horizon where the oasis had once shimmered, now nothing but a memory woven into the fabric of the desert. A gentle smile touched his lips, a silent vow to honor the journey and the lessons it had bestowed. "The chase is endless," he murmured to the waking wind, "and that is its gift." With that, Jonathan Crane turned toward the rising sun, carrying with him a soul transformed, no longer a man consumed by obsession, but a guardian of stories, a seeker of truths, and a witness to the desert's eternal dance between myth and reality. Underneath the desert moon, the endless chase continued. A timeless journey where every step forward was a step deeper into the heart of mystery itself. The desert night stretched vast and silent beneath the canopy of stars, a shimmering veil of darkness pierced only by the luminous glow of the desert moon. Dr. Jonathan Crane stood atop a high dune, the cool night breeze teasing the rough edges of his weathered face, his sharp eyes fixed on the horizon where the lost oasis had vanished moments before. The ethereal shimmer that had marked the oasis's presence faded into the desert air like a fragile dream dissolving with the dawn. Around him, the world was still, save for the whisper of the wind carrying the faint scent of jasmine and dry earth. The silence was profound, broken only by the distant rustle of sand shifting under the desert's breath. Jonathan's heart pounded with a quiet intensity, a mix of exhaustion and awakening swelling deep within his chest. The arduous journey, the relentless chase, the sacrifices made, all converged here. Beneath the desert moon, where myth and reality blurred to a single point of luminous clarity, he lowered his gaze to the sand beneath his boots, remembering every step that had led him here. The ancient manuscript, the assembling of his team, the fierce storms that had threatened to bury them alive, and the cruel machinations of Malik al-Sayed, whose shadow had dogged his every move. But more than the external dangers, it was the internal battle, the ghosts of past failures, the weight of guilt, and the burning desire for redemption that had tested him most. Behind him, soft footsteps approached, and two familiar figures emerged from the darkness. Lila Hassan, her sun-kissed skin glowing faintly under the moonlight, and Dr. Marcus Finch, his bespectacled face etched with lines of wariness and wonder. They halted a respectful distance away, their eyes reflecting the same mixture of awe and contemplation that Jonathan felt. No words were needed. Their shared silence spoke volumes of the journey's cost and meaning. Lila's voice was a gentle whisper, barely audible over the desert's hush. "It's like the oasis was never really here, but I feel its presence in the air, in the sand." Jonathan nodded slowly, his gaze lifting to the stars scattered across the sky like shards of ancient glass. It was never meant to be captured or possessed. It is a living memory, a guardian of secrets too profound for the world. Marcus adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with a newfound reverence. "I doubted the legends, but this was beyond anything I imagined. The oasis, the illusions, the ancient protectors, they challenge our understanding of time and reality." Jonathan's thoughts drifted back to the final confrontation with Malik beneath the fading desert moon. The fierce battle had tested every ounce of his strength and resolve, culminating in the choice that defined him to protect the oasis's secret rather than claim its promise of immortality. That sacrifice had weighed heavily on him, but in this moment of quiet reflection, it felt like the only path that honored the true spirit of discovery. The desert whispered stories on the windtails of lost civilizations, eternal chasers, and the fragile boundary between legend and truth. Jonathan felt a profound connection to the countless souls who had sought the oasis before him, each drawn by hope, desperation, or ambition. Yet the oasis remained elusive, a symbol of the mysteries that the desert jealously guards. Lila broke the silence again, her voice steady with conviction. "What now, Jonathan? After all we've faced, what will you do with what you've learned?" He turned to face her and Marcus, his eyes reflecting the depth of his transformation. "We protect it. Not just the oasis, but the stories, the culture, the lessons embedded in this land. True immortality isn't about living forever. It's about the legacy we leave behind, the impact we make on the world and those who come after us." A faint glow on the horizon heralded the coming dawn, the first tendrils of light softening the harsh outlines of the desert. The oasis had vanished, but its essence lingered, a reminder that some treasures are meant to remain mysteries, their value measured not in possession but in reverence. Jonathan inhaled deeply, the desert air filling his lungs with crisp promise. Beneath the desert moon, he had found not the eternal life he sought, but something far more profound: acceptance, purpose, and a renewed commitment to honor the past while embracing the future. As the first golden rays touched the dunes, Jonathan Crane stepped forward. The weight of the desert's secrets balanced now with the lightness of hope. The endless chase would continue, for the desert's mysteries are eternal, and so too is the spirit of those who dare to seek them. And so, underneath the desert moon, the story came full circle, not with an ending, but with the promise of new beginnings, whispered on the wind and etched forever in the sands of time.